Of the City of Morro Bay City Council. It is August the 13th, 2019, 5:30 p.m. We are at Veterans Memorial Hall, 209 Surf Street, Morro Bay, California. And seeing the quorum has been established, I will call this meeting to order and ask for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And if you'll join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Red, if you lead us. Please begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to those of you in TV land and those of you in real land. Good to have you here this evening. With that, I will ask if we have a closed session report. Mr. City Attorney, anything to report out?
Mr. Mayor, no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And with that, I'll move to council member reports. Start with Council Member Heller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of my duties as council member is to represent the city at the Integrated Waste Management Authority, which is a county agency which oversees all of the waste management throughout the county, and was fortunate enough to tour the facility a couple of weeks ago, the anaerobic digester as well as the Cold Canyon landfill. Extremely interesting. What I found out during this day visit was that I have not been recycling properly. Even though I thought I was putting the right thing in the blue can, I found out that I am what they call a wishful recycler. So not being 100% clear. So I asked them for some guidance, and at the table at the back you will see a bunch of these stickers. I put one up by my trash cans on the fence so that I will make no further mistakes. And the downside of this is if you do put the wrong stuff in the recycle can, there are about 10 people standing on the line all day long pulling it out by hand. So there's some money involved there. You could help save money on the cost of waste disposal. Keep one of these. Take one for your neighbor. Just want to let you know. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember McPherson.
Yes, thank you, and welcome, everyone. It's nice to see such a large group. And I am the council's representative on the County Housing Services Oversight Council, and as you know, that deals with the homeless issues in our county. And you may have read in the paper recently that they just released the results of their point-in-time count. That is a count that they do every other year, late in January. For about 4 hours, they count all of the homeless people that they observe on the streets, as well as anybody in shelters. And then they select a sample and actually interview, and we have the interviews are done by formerly homeless people to find out more information about them. And I just thought that I would share with you some of the results from both the county as well as Morro Bay. Countywide, the number of homeless has increased from 1,125 to 2017 to 1,483 in 2019. That's a 32% increase. In Morro Bay, however, the 2017 to 2019 homeless count increased from 36 to 92, so it more than doubled. And that's very significant because our homeless population is larger than the homeless populations in some of the smaller cities in South County. And most of the homeless in the county lived in this county before becoming homeless. So in other words, people aren't coming from elsewhere here for the services or the climate. Nearly 4 out of 5 are unsheltered, which means they're living in places not intended for human habitation. But in Morro Bay, 100% of the homeless are unsheltered because we do not have a temporary warming shelter in Morro Bay. Over a quarter of them, 27%, were experiencing homelessness for the first time, and 51% had been homeless for a year or more. The biggest obstacles to obtaining permanent housing are economic. 2/3 could not afford rent, and 30% reported being homeless because they lost their job. So if you are interested in seeing the full study, I suggest you go to www.slowcounty.ca.gov and link to the 2019 homeless census. Thanks.
Thank you for that report. Very much appreciated. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tonight I want to recognize one of our special Morro Bay citizens, Gary Ryan, for his many contributions to our community for many years. Gary is Morro Bay's Renaissance man. He owns a small business on Main Street. Gary's also a licensed ship's captain. For many years, he captained the Tigers Folly 2 on its Sunday cruises, Sunday champagne cruises. Gary's a jazz banjoist, and he used to bring an annual jazz festival to Morro Bay. And about 10 years ago, Mayor Bill Yates appointed Gary as the city's joke master. And Gary opened council meetings with a joke to help cheer people up who had to sit in those awful plastic chairs that we used to have. In 1988, Gary ran for president. And I am proud to say that Gail and I both contributed to his campaign the maximum amount that he would accept, 1 cent per person. So thank you, Gary. I represent the city on SLOCOG, and at our meeting last week, we got our first look at this year's funding cycle with a list of projects that are programmed for construction. The county's final budget allocation for fiscal year 2020 is $20 million, which is a significant reduction from $29 million that was anticipated in February. So SLOCOG staff presented to the board a list of projects that are in danger of losing their construction funding. And one of those is here in Morro Bay. Operational improvements at the intersection of Highways 1 and 41 and Main Street. There is a $4 million gap in construction funding for that project. Mayor Heading and I are working with SLOCOG staff to try to keep the project on schedule. And part of our strategy is to apply for grants to come up with the local matching funds that the city needs to provide. So we will keep you advised as we work through the project. I represented the city of Morro Bay at the monthly mayor's meeting last week, and Sheriff Ian Parkinson made a presentation about emergency preparedness. PG&E is going to cut power whenever there is significant danger of wildfires, and the wildfire season is coming up. So the sheriff advised that some things we need to do is keep an emergency kit, and some of the basics of that would be a portable radio with batteries to back up the radio. Also be aware that cellular service can be interrupted, and if you have devices that need battery backup, you need to prepare for that. Of course, food and water for at least 72 hours. And keep your vehicles fueled up, because if the power goes out, you're not able to pump gasoline at the gas stations. And probably the most important action you can take in the event of a widespread power outage is to go somewhere else where there is power. Of particular concern would be people who have life support systems at their homes. You need to be prepared for losing power for that. I will do office hours this Saturday at Sun and Buns from 9 o'clock until 10 o'clock. And Councilmember Addis and I have been invited to address the Morro Bay Active Adults next Friday, August 23rd at 3 o'clock. This is a members-only event, so if you want to come and see us, you need to join the Active Adults, which means you have to be 55 years or older and pay your dues. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Addis.
Well, welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming out, and I apologize to my colleagues for not being able to be here for the very important PERS discussion, but heard that on TV. I represent Morro Bay on the Economic Vitality Corporation, and I know many of you are here tonight because you have an interest in local jobs. One of the new developments from the EVC is that in the field of aviation, with the growth of the airport, they're looking at possibly bringing more six-figure jobs in the area of aviation as well as training in the area of aviation. They also talked about the housing cluster and staying engaged in housing production conversation. The healthcare cluster is thinking about healthcare in a more holistic view, so taking into account where people live and where people work when we're thinking about promoting healthcare in San Luis Obispo County. And then I will be having my last afternoon with Addis at Three Stacks and a Rock, so I'm glad they're here tonight as well. That'll be August 22nd from 4 to 5:30, so the entire public, regardless of your age, is welcome to come out to Three Stacks and a Rock. And then I'll be with Councilmember Davis on August 23rd with Morro Bay Active Adults, and I believe we're specifically talking about pickleball and bocce ball. So if those are topics of interest, we encourage you to join Morro Bay Active Adults and come to that meeting. And then two other community events. With Women's March on August 29th, there will be a forum in San Luis Obispo for people who are interested in running for office and hearing from first-time candidates about what they did to get involved and why they got involved. And then finally, on September 14th, I'm also involved with the aquarium. So there's Catch of the Central Coast is a fundraiser that Central Coast Aquarium is having, and you can find information on their website. That's it.
Well, you took half of my announcements, but that's okay. That saves me time. So welcome again this evening. On the 21st of September, Morro Bay Open Space Alliance, right at the bottom of Cerrito Peak, is having an event. They are raising funds for purchase back from the city for that property to have that remain into perpetuity as open space. It's going to be a great celebration. I think it's their second annual celebration event. They have raised over $217,000, which is fantastic, but they have a little ways to go. So September 21st, 2:30 p.m., a number of us will be there to speak and celebrate, and hopefully you'll be there to join us. I had the pleasure, let's see, what day is it today? Recently, a couple of days ago, of welcoming a new staff member to our police force, and that would be Commander Amy Watkins, and I would like Chief Cox, if you would, to introduce our new commander. Very impressive, great turnout, and was great to get to know her, but I'll let you give the proper introduction, sir.
Absolutely. Mayor, thank you. Council, city staff, and our Morro Bay community. I'd like to introduce you to our newest police commander, Amy Watkins. Amy, if you'll join me up here for a moment. We swore Amy in yesterday morning here. Amy comes to us from the city of Visalia, where she had an extensive career. She's been with them for 20 years. She served as a lieutenant for the last 5 years. She just brings a wealth of experience with her. She's worked in patrol, investigations, as a detective, as a sergeant, as a lieutenant, in a variety of different places, and I am so excited to have her here as a partner for Morro Bay Police Department. I can't tell you how much experience that she brings to the table, not only to this community. She's got a big background in community outreach. So those of you that didn't get the opportunity to meet her yesterday morning when we swore her in, please take a few minutes to say hi, introduce yourself. She's going to be a great asset, not only for me in this department, but for this community. So we are stoked to have her here. So your police commander, Amy Watkins.
Yeah. Just welcoming you again after yesterday. I forgot it was yesterday, how time flies. But welcome from the City Council. Great to have you as part of our staff and looking forward to working with you. Yes, Councilmember.
Yes,
whatever your name is.
and I'd like to extend an invitation on behalf of Chief Cox. Coffee with a Cop next Tuesday, the 20th, from 7 to 9 a.m. at Maya Restaurant on North Main Street. And we get a chance to meet Amy up close and have a conversation with her.
And we'll buy the coffee.
All right, that's a good deal. Okay, City Manager Collins, sir.
No
Any
report.
No report from you. Okay, we'll bypass that. This evening we do have our business spot, and I want to call up Sandy Wynn. And Jan, if Sandy's here, you may want to have her come up. Sandy, welcome. Looking forward to hear about your business and all that you do. Welcome.
Thank you. We are Moral Bay Massage and Wellness.
Going to need to speak into the mic so that the people watching TV can hear you.
Okay, well, we are Moral Bay Massage. What? Oh. Yeah, but we want to talk to them too. Okay.
How about half of you turn around and the other half look at us?
There you go. We are Moral Bay Massage and Wellness. And because we believe in massage, I'd like everybody to stand up and turn to the right and massage the shoulders of your neighbor.
All right.
While we introduce
Can I touch you?
ourselves. Stand up. Everybody up. Okay. So, there you go. Massage. There you go. Keep in mind that you'll be switching in a moment here.
Oh, wow.
So, okay. Now turn around and massage the other person. This is where payback comes in. Now turn around and massage the other person. Okay. Okay, that was really pathetic. That's okay. Sit down. Okay. Travis, you want to go first? First, I'd like to introduce Travis. He's going to tell you a little bit about himself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Travis over at Moral Bay Massage and Wellness Center. I'm the neuromuscular specialist over there. You're probably wondering what that is. It's essentially a specialized form of deep tissue work where I treat a number of conditions like TMJ disorder, lower back pain, neck pain, anything like that. So I basically work on trigger points, incorporate stretching into my work. And yeah, if that sounds like you, come see me at the Wellness Center. Thank you.
My name is Lori Nelson. I've been a therapist since 2012, and my focus is ultimately relaxation. I think that the majority of people's aches and pains, injuries even, come from stress, the physical holding of stress and anxiety. So I like to create a really calm, relaxing space where you can just relax and let go of whatever's bothering you at the moment. And I think that's really beneficial for people. So if you need to relax, come and see me.
Hello. Hi, I'm Karen. In addition to massage training, I have a degree in health science and biology. I did a 200-hour yoga teacher training as well as acupressure. I learned acupressure both with my hands and using a tuning fork, which is a subtle vibration. So it's just a different approach to acupressure. I like the dynamics of working with a variety of symptoms, so from reducing anxiety to enhancing sports performance. I like it all. Thank you.
And I'm Sandy, and I'm lucky enough to work with these people and get work from them. And I'm incredibly picky, so they're with Moral Bay Massage and Wellness because I chose them, not because they just said, hey, can I come into your space? So I'm incredibly picky. These are some of the best massage therapists in the town, so I highly recommend them. And I'm Sandy, and I specialize in body work and energy work that addresses the body physically and emotionally, and I have kind of a nurturing style. We also offer detoxification, and we address arthritis and chronic pain. We sell organic teas, and we have locally made gifts and items for sale in the shop. We're located at the corner of Main and Pacific, and our motto is, Come in weary, walk out wonderful, and we all love what we do and truly believe in the power of massage. Thank you for having us.
Great. And your phone number and your website?
We're going to have our cards on the back table.
Great.
Our website is morrobaymassage.com, and the phone number will be on the card.
Great. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, staff. Good to have you here. And do you treat budget-related stress? Yes, fantastic. Okay. I'll be seeing you soon. All right. That takes care of our business spot, and we will move to public comment. This is the opportunity for you. No, not tonight. Skipped it, yeah. This evening, I'm going to open public comment for items either on the agenda for which you can't stay or items not on the agenda. If you would like to do that and speak, come forward. First of all, I will... Well, since you're here, Ruth, I'll go ahead, and then I'll use my cards. Go ahead, Ruth. Welcome.
I'm Ruth Ann Angus. I'm the director of an organization called Yes We Can Peace Builders. In 2017, I'd entered Morro Bay into the National Nonviolent Cities Project, through which we work and collaborate with other humanitarian organizations, city officials, police, schools, and churches to truly establish Morro Bay as a nonviolent city. Over 50 cities nationwide take part in this project. Yes We Can Peace Builders performs nonviolence training, holds workshops and community discussion groups in Morro Bay, Cambria, and soon in San Luis Obispo. Part of the process of Nonviolent Cities was obtaining a peace proclamation from the Morro Bay City Council, which occurred last September 11th. This proclamation outlines the official position of the city of Morro Bay in relation to social justice, poverty, war, racism, sexism, nationalism, and environmental destruction. The proclamation also establishes that in perpetuity, September is the month of peace in Morro Bay, and September 21st is Morro Bay's International Day of Peace. There will be a banner up in City Park with those statements on it for 1 week from September 14th through September 22nd. Today we're grieving the senseless loss of lives due to several mass shootings. We look for reasons and motives, and we eagerly latch on to the new buzzwords, white supremacy and mental illness. Hatred is not a mental illness. It comes from anger and fear and a sense of not belonging. Our work in teaching nonviolence as a way of life strives to counteract those feelings and to put into effect a shift in consciousness in everyone. There is no more incidence of injustice than the slaughter of innocent people attending a civic event or going about their daily business. I asked my friend Councilperson Addis to suggest to the Council to write letters to our representatives and the President of the United States in relation to these mass shootings. She asked me to specifically tell you what part of the gun violence issue I thought should be mentioned in the letters. So I am asking the Morro Bay City Council to write letters of support to the representatives we have who are already working on gun violence issues and to continue to encourage them in their effort, and a letter to the President of the United States suggesting that he calm down his commentary. I personally have sent emails to our representatives and to the President, as have many of the people collaborating with our organization. Letters from the City of Morro Bay are bound to be even more powerful than each of our individual letters. If there is a specific issue to address, I would suggest that you say, military assault weapons belong in the hands of the military, kept on military bases, and not in the hands and homes of individual people.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I do have speaker cards. Next up is Erica Crawford. Erica, welcome.
I hope that, oh good, it came up.
And
Hello.
I did want to mention that
Yes.
some people may be looking at the agenda. We've postponed your quarterly report until the next council meeting, so
That's
thank
quite
you for
all right.
that.
Yeah, happy to make that adjustment. So I'm Erica from the Chamber, here to announce that we're less than 30 days out from our major fundraiser of the year. It's just a little lighthearted announcement to announce an exciting new sponsorship with the Monterey Bay Community Power. With their help, we've created the Local Love Campaign. This will kick off this Thursday. We are inviting residents of Morro Bay, Los Osos, Cayucas, and San Luis Obispo to purchase a $1 ticket to the festival. That's our local love, so it's a 90% discount from our gate, which is $10 this year. It's $7 now. But for this 1 week, it'll be $1. You can only purchase these tickets at any one of these businesses. There are 4 in Morro Bay and 4 in San Luis Obispo. The campaign will last 1 week or until all of the local love tickets are sold out. And if you are not writing this down, fear not. We're running a half-page ad in New Times that'll be out on Thursday, and a big old banner at City Park to remind everybody. That's it. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much. Next up is Jamie Irons. Welcome, Jamie.
Hello, good evening. Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Jamie Irons, resident of Morro Bay. I brought with me tonight some comments and remarks that I wrote down at the Coastal Commission hearing where our water reclamation facility project was approved unanimously. My remarks were cut short because of the time limit from the Coastal Commission chair, but I wanted to just say to our city council and staff, thank you and congratulations. This was a long work that went through bringing the water reclamation facility to approval by the Coastal Commission. It was a 50-plus-year-old wastewater treatment plant. And in conjunction with that, our planning director, Mr. Graham, has been working along with our community members and advisory groups with the general plan. Consider bringing a general plan and local coastal plan that was 30-plus years old and a wastewater treatment plan 50-plus years old through the process over a 6-year period. Any city that could accomplish that should be recognized, let alone a city of our size to do that. So I think it's all of staff need to be thanked and congratulated for their work, the advisory boards that worked through that. And I think it's very, very cool to be able to accomplish the things that we did there. So with that, thanks to all your work. I also did want to comment on one item on the agenda that will be later on the agenda that I can't stay for, and that's the I think it was the item with the local hire options. I just want to ask that council consider that every action that we take to move the water reclamation facility forward be taken with the mind that every action be to move it forward as quickly as possible, where we get the best quality and cost of value product. This discussion for an exclusive labor agreement, I may not agree with 100%. So I would ask that you consider everything that's before you and ensure that the project move forward as quickly as possible. I think that's what we owe to the community to make sure that the value that we get for the plant is the best for the community. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Next up for comment is Linda Winters. Mobile Home Linda. Oh, there you are. Yeah, you waited for the correct announcement, didn't you? Welcome, Linda.
Hi. I'm walking without my stick. Good evening, everybody. My name is Linda Winters, a.k.a. Mobile Home Park Linda. I hope all of you had a great break from council meeting, all fresh and renewed. And when we first met, I set a goal to create a network of communication to all mobile home parks in Morro Bay and to our 1,000 plus residents that live in those parks. This is not a singular effort. There are many folks that have joined into this journey, and we have successfully managed in 4 short months to build a network of communication between our parks in Morro Bay, plus parks all over the state, up to Sonoma to the north, San Diego to the south, and Bakersfield to the east. Why are these parks interested in us? We here in Morro Bay mobile home parks are extremely fortunate to have an umbrella protection of the mobile home park residency ordinance, rent stabilization ordinance. We are one of the very few rent stabilization ordinances in the area. This ordinance keeps the wolves from our mobile home doors, a virtual safety net for the 500-plus low-income residents that live in our mobile home parks right now. These folks live on fixed incomes. They receive minimal income increases yearly. They can't afford to move elsewhere. My latest raise as far as a yearly Social Security was all of $15, in case anybody cares. Morro Bay's rent stabilization ordinance is a shining example for other cities to follow. Atascadero is working hard to develop their own, as well as the areas I just mentioned. Gizmo, our GSMOL, our statewide organization ombudsman, use us as an example, Morro Bay. We should be very proud that we provide protection for our mobile home park residents and to be sure and keep it intact. Another great benefit of this network is that we have created, it brings familiarity to all the city agencies, management, city council members, administration, public works, police and fire departments, water department. They all know us by name. That's how every single resident should feel here in Morro Bay. See you next meeting.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Public comment remains open for items on the agenda for which you can't stay for, or items not on the agenda you'd like to speak to. Any members of the public wishing for general public comment, please come forward.
I guess you didn't get my slip.
Kerrigan, I'm sorry, I did not. Oh, there it is.
No problem. I don't need a slip.
Did you want to speak now for B2?
Yeah, I do. I
Okay,
need
absolutely.
to.
Go ahead.
I can't stay.
Sure.
Good evening, City Council and staff. Kerrigan Mahan, Morro Bay resident. The problem with the 5 houses as opposed to 4 houses on that property is really specific to parking. And I have to believe you've already, dare I say, decided we're going to proceed with the 5, and I think it's a mistake. I think it's irresponsible. It's too many houses on that corner. It's a busy corner, busier than you might realize. I would almost suggest a traffic study. So that being said, I see on a plan that there's a 30-foot road. I don't know if that's going to be, I don't think that's code for a regular street. I don't know, that's out of my wheelhouse completely. But if we do go with the 5 houses, I think we have to have a street where going up the middle where cars can park on both sides and still pass each other. Because we did, you're going to see later, see what it can look like out there if everybody can't park within those 5 houses. Even 4 houses would be crazy. And that's aside from parking, every house having its own driveway to be able to house 2 cars. And then on top of that, guest parking, because the guest parking cannot exist out on Coral. That's just going to become a mess. So I just hope you guys really look at this, because it's not a very good introduction, I guess I would say, to the cloisters, unless it works with the 5, but it has to have the parking on both sides of the street on that separate street. And then to Red and the energy problem, PG&E turning things off. I just want to throw out to everybody there's a tremendous generator at Costco, not our Costco, but Santa Maria, that runs both propane and gas, and up to I think it's 8,500 watts, and it's only $6.99. It certainly wasn't in my budget, but I don't want to be sitting with no electricity, so we're all going to have to kind of look at the reality of this. And they say it can go on for a week. We just don't know. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Kerrigan. A general public comment is still open for items either on the agenda for which you can't stay or items not on the agenda. Welcome, Nancy.
Good evening, Nancy Baust, Morro Bay. I was not able to attend the 3 p.m. today first meeting of the new Morro Bay Public Facilities Corporation. Last June, the four-member council, Councilmember Heller was on a medical absence, established a corporation made up of the council members, city manager as executive director, finance director as treasurer, and city clerk as secretary for the purpose of managing the monies collected from loans for the WRF and other capital improvements. This purportedly allows the corporation to borrow money for longer than 1 year without a vote of the people. The corporation can incur long-term debt, facilitate financing, whatever that means, and hire consultants. The staff report states the action will have zero financial impact to the water and sewer funds except for preparation of initial documents. This was considered under business items, no public hearing at the time of passage, although it is very confusing to residents if there is any awareness at all with the public. Some questions that arise need answers at all costs, as all costs will be paid by ratepayers. What are the attorney's fees, including travel and incidentals, for preparation of the documents? 2, has documentation been kept of staff time and money for initial organization and filings? 3, how will staff time and money be separated from between city and the corporation? 4, how much are corporation filing fees to the state and IRS? Are quarterly and annual reports necessary to be filed? 5, how will salaried staff time be calculated as opposed to hourly wages? 6, will staff time diverted from city business necessitate outside hiring to complete city tasks? 7, will the corporation bill the city, or will the corporation be given a lump sum to be used until depleted and then require more funds? 8, bylaws allow the corporation to buy insurance to indemnify the officers and directors for their actions. At what cost? Annually, do you renew them? There are all these added expenses that will be paid by ratepayers' water and sewer bills. It seems residents' information and participation is continually being reduced in this most expensive project ever in our history. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Public comment is open for items either on the agenda for which you can't stay or items not on the agenda you'd like to comment on. Welcome.
Hi, Council. My name's Chris Rarig.
Speaking to the mic, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Chris Rarig with Rarig.
Welcome, Chris.
Rarig Construction. We're a local contractor here. I've been here for about 45 years, and I'm urging you to vote against the proposed labor agreement that's before the council this evening. Unfortunately, I have to leave, but I'd like to just say a couple things. My brother's going to speak a little bit later on this, but basically, to join the labor agreement, it's going to deny local, non-union contractors from performing any work here. We built the Morro Bay Fire Station 4 years ago. There was no labor agreement. We're a non-union contractor. We hired union contractors. We've worked with union contractors. So this agreement, basically, you have to join this union. And so being a non-union contractor, we're not going to do that. So I urge you to please vote no on this labor agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Public comment remains open for items either on the agenda for which you can't stay or items not on the agenda. Welcome, Walter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on item C1. I have to run off to a meeting in SLO that starts at 6:30. I want to speak in favor of a community workforce agreement and union-trained apprentices. Ultimately, the job is going to be get done correctly, quicker, and under budget. When you hire a union-trained apprentice, they're not put on the job until they can perform the tasks completely and quickly. I've had firsthand experience working with the union-trained apprentices who do community work, community projects at no charge as part of their training. I think that's really worthwhile. And lastly, I just want to say that, not all of us have that kind of, that academically oriented intelligence. I think we've come far enough in our understanding of intelligence to know that there are different forms of intelligence: emotional intelligence, spatial intelligence, mechanical intelligence, and we need for people to be able to make a living wage who have that great mechanical intelligence to be able to think on their feet on a job site, to do something correctly and well. And I think there's room in that community for us to affirm that by supporting a community workforce agreement. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Walter. Public comment still open for items either on the agenda, for which you can't stay, or items not on the agenda.
Hi, can I put a picture up?
You sure can.
Right here?
Yes, right there. Do you want it sideways, or do you want it? It's up to you. Okay. Welcome.
Anyway, hi, my name is Melanie Williams-Mahan. I've lived in the Cloisters since 2003. I'm on the design committee, and I want to talk about this lot that could be, they want to add to the number of people that should be in the Cloisters. One of the things that I know about the Cloisters is that we spent 17 years trying to get this project together. And I find it hard to believe that the city has found, Nancy in particular, has found this item from I think it's from it's from before when the Cloisters were developed. And I just don't understand how this could be used to deal with this lot. The biggest thing about this lot is at the corner of San Jacinto and Coral, and also Highway 1. It's a very busy intersection. And if we put 6 houses in there, the problem is, if you'll look at my photo, we brought a few cars today and put the cars out where the guest parking would be for this neighborhood. And this is what it looks like. We don't have the room at that corner. I would love to see a traffic study done at that corner, because I just don't understand why we can't see that if it has been done. And as part of the design committee, I can't sign off on stuff that I don't know. And I just wish I had a little more information about this. And thank you. Thank you. But yeah, that's the main thing. I just think we're trying to fit something in where it doesn't necessarily belong. And I can't sign off on something that I don't understand what's happening. We've had no we've had no design that's come out after we asked for our certain restrictions and things. And we're trying to do things per the Cloisters Design Committee manual. There's a manual that states that we have to be involved in anything that the city deals with in the Cloisters. And we're trying to deal with it, but we're not getting any answers from the city. And I really hope that we can figure this out and make everybody in the Cloisters happy, because look how many cars are there. They want 6 houses on this lot, and that's the lot. It's going to be on the left side of the cars. They want 6 houses on this lot with a driveway going through, and there's no parking for guests at all. There's barely a way for a fire engine to get in this place. I don't feel safe with this, and I don't understand why this is happening on a lot that was supposed to be another fire department. So it seems like we're doing a lot of hoops, jumping through a lot of hoops
Thank you, Melanie.
Deal with one developer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Public comment is still open for items either on the agenda for which you can't stay, or items that you'd like to speak to that aren't on the agenda. Surveying the audience, seeing none, I will close public comment, and the items specifically that folks spoke to with regard to items on the agenda will be addressed at that time when we do speak to the issues. Other than that, I don't think I have any specific questions to answer except for Nancy Bass's questions. Chris, our city attorney, with regard to our new corporation, there were a number of questions that I noted. One had to do with attorney's fees, documentation and staff time, how that's going to occur, how is staff time separated out from other fees, fees for filing, outside hiring, will that be needed for this corporation, bylaws allowing the city to buy insurance, what's the cost of that? And I think maybe the largest issue that has to do with the possibility that this is being set up to bypass input from the public in order to incur debt. And so if you could speak to those issues, I'd appreciate it, along with Mr. Collins. Thank you.
Sure. So in regards to attorney or staff time, it's going to be the same rates or salaries that are being paid now, because this corporation simply has one purpose, which is the ability to incur the debt. As explained at the 3 o'clock meeting, what this corporation is doing is basically, before all the fees are collected over the decades that they're going to be collected, we're able to take out the total sum that those fees will add up to, and then go ahead and have that capital to build the wharf. So if we didn't do this, then we would have to wait 25, 30 years till all the fees are collected in the bank and then go out and purchase the facility. But that's obviously not the intent. We went through the Prop 218 process to approve the fees, so the residents did have input on that. And this simply facilitates getting the loans ahead of time, rather than waiting a few decades for all the money to accrue in the bank. And in regards to the other questions on documentation, the processes, it's going to be the exact same staff that's been working on the wharf project from the beginning, and it's working on it now and will continue to work on it. This corporation's sole purpose is just to facilitate financing, and that's it. Everything else is going to be the same staff, same folks that are working on it. If there's any need for outside consultants, it would be the same need that we would have whether or not we have the corporation. So to dispel any concerns about the corporation, like I said, it just has one purpose, just to secure the financing. Other than that, the corporation really doesn't do anything else.
Mr. Collins, anything to add?
No, nothing to add to that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And with that, we will move to item A in our agenda, consent agenda. Any members of the public wishing to come forward and speak with regard to items A1 through A7, please feel free to do that. I do have one speaker card. I will call up Erica Crawford again regarding item A6. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City Staff. Erica again with the Chamber. I'm speaking on item A6. It's the position of the Chamber Board that the preservation of the Embarcadero and waterfront area as an economic asset for the community is important in both the short and the long term. The Chamber believes that much of the waterfront area outside of Measure D is, in fact, a large shopping and commercial district and should be managed as such. Retail and service businesses on the south end of Embarcadero have reported, anecdotally, a sharp decline in sales since the Morro Bay Aquarium's closure in September of 2018. City staff is to be commended for working on an interim use that will help those businesses in the near term. The solution as proposed in item A6 does just that, while keeping the longer-term vision for a state-of-the-art aquarium on the lease site a reality. We're speaking in support of item A6. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to come forward to speak on consent items A1 through A7, please do so now. Looking around. Seeing none, I will close public comment on consent, bring it back and ask if there are any items to pull by council members. Seeing A7, okay, pull A7. Any others? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve A1 through A6.
I move we approve items A1 through A6 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember McPherson to approve A1 through A6, second by Councilmember Davis. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Councilmember Heller, A7 is yours.
Thank you very much. So in looking at this, Ms. Callaway, I see a couple of new funds that I just wanted to bring out to the attention of the public. New Economic Development Fund. Can you tell me about that and what that's all about?
The Economic Development Fund was essentially established with the adoption of the 1920 budget, and that's where we created that new fund to be dedicated towards general plan implementation items and economic development strategies for the city. So in prior years, the general plan implementation items were funded in the general fund in the community development department. There was $100,000 allocated each year towards that. One challenge that arose is as projects were maybe not completed throughout the year or didn't get as far along as anticipated at year end, the leftover money or unused money of that $100,000 would get swept into reserves or year end surplus. By creating this new account, it keeps money dedicated to economic development set aside, and it won't go into reserves if it's unspent during the year.
Okay, great. And then the other one I saw is Community Benefit Fund. Can you talk about that?
Sure. The Community Benefit Fund was established for Castle Wind was when they gave us the $250,000 as part of that negotiation agreement, and we created a separate fund to track that until council appropriates it.
Okay. And then the last question, I see that there's WRF litigation costs of $19,000. Has that money been spent, or is that, and it looks like you're budgeting $30,000 for, can you explain that? Because I haven't heard about any litigation.
Sure. At the time of running the report, that was, I think it's just under $19,000, had been expensed thus far, anticipating knowing that there was some additional charges out there that hadn't been accrued to it yet. We estimated $30,000. It will only be actuals is what we'll actually, end up paying out of that. That is funding all of the public records requests that have come in, either anticipation of litigation or threatening litigation or litigation hold items that we've received related to the wharf.
Okay, so is that something that needs to come, Mr. Attorney, is that something that needs to come before the council in closed session, or how is that typically handled?
If and when the city were sued, or the city were anticipating bringing a lawsuit, or we believe that we were going to get served very shortly with the lawsuit, then yes, we would bring it to closed session. The items that have actually been budgeted under WRF litigation, as Finance Director Callaway explained, those are when we've had largely PRA requests that have threatened litigation, but at that point, there's nothing to discuss in closed session. But if there was a lawsuit served, then of course we would come to council in closed session. And then also, my understanding too is that there has been some expense for having the litigation hold. We'd received a litigation hold, which meant that documents had to be preserved that otherwise necessarily wouldn't be. And I believe that continues to be ongoing, so that's an added staff expense as well. And so that's what goes into those budgeted amounts.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on A7? If not, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
I move we approve item A7.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember McPherson to approve A7, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Any further discussion? Not. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you. That brings us on the agenda to agenda item B-1, public hearing. This is a public hearing, just as a matter of formality. We will hear the staff report and then entertain questions from council. At that time, I will open up the public hearing, take public comment, close public hearing, and bring it back to council for discussion and entertain a motion. And so, just a reminder, with that, this is item B1. Turning it over to Mr. Graham regarding the adoption of Resolution 70-19 for pre-zoning of the 27.6 acre portion of the WRS facility. Thank you. Parcel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Mayor Heading, Council. Yes, the item you have before you this evening is to carry forward the pre-zoning of the water reclamation facility property. We'll be pre-zoning it to a public facilities zoning classification. So it's the 27.6 acre, that we're carving out of the larger piece of property out off of South Bay Boulevard. It also includes corresponding amendments to the city's general plan and local coastal program in the form of text amendments and map amendments so that we can make all of our land use documents consistent. And also amends our urban reserve lines and urban and rural boundary lines. So there's quite a bit of things that go along when you're changing land use to a piece of property or identifying a land use for a piece of property. It's in the county currently. A little bit of background. On June 25th of 2019, the council approved Resolution 54-19. That authorized staff to submit an application for a combined sphere of influence change and annexation to LAFCO. And there's another note on there is that the city is moving forward, continues to move forward with the purchase of the portion of the Tri-W property where this would, where the work would be located. I think currently we've been working with the folks to assess the value of the property. The Planning Commission reviewed the pre-zoning piece of this on July 16th of 2019 and recommended approval to council. That resolution associated with that is in your packet. We will be adding, we don't currently have a public facility zoning classification in the current LCP, but we do have one in our draft. And so we'll be moving that designation into the existing LCP. And so the public facilities definition that would be moved in would be the PF district is intended for facilities that serve the public, such as government buildings and service facilities, schools, hospitals, cultural centers, and other public and quasi-public uses. Public Facilities District implements the Public Institutional General Plan, Local Coastal Plan, Land Use Designation, and I'll speak to that in a minute. The next slide shows a map. Maps are good. So it's the blue piece. It's outlined there and pointed to, and that'll be the area that we're looking to pre-zone. The area surrounding that. Try that again. So it's the piece in blue to the right of the map, and we'd be pre-zoning that to, again, public facilities. The area surrounding it that has AG zoning classification would remain in the county with the county's agricultural designation on it. We're also changing the land use, as I indicated, to make it consistent with the zoning that we're proposing, and so that would create a public/institutional land use classification in your general plan and local coastal program. It's also something that's in our draft land use documents for the general plan LCP update. That definition is in yellow and reads facilities which serve the public, including government buildings and service facilities, quasi facilities such as hospital and cultural or civic resources. And here's the land use map, and it shows a number of things on there. You see the sphere of service line in black, sort of outside city limits. You see the proposed public facilities land use classification. You also see a boundary line kind of in a dashed red up there. That's the urban and rural boundary lines, and those will be amended to go out and around the pre-zoned area when we do bring it into the city. Again, I mentioned we'll be amending some of our service lines. That's the urban reserve line and local coastal program urban and rural boundary lines. That's what I showed on the previous slide. When we were doing all of the research related to just doing the pre-zoning, you have all of these other service lines and land use classifications and designations that have to be incorporated, so all of it dovetails together, and so that's what we're attempting to do here. And you have, and your resolutions and ordinance that's before you this evening reflect that. This is simply a map of our existing sphere of influence. The two current areas that are inside the city sphere are at the northern and southern end of the city, and they're shown in orange on the map there. And this map is generated by LAFCO. As you're aware, the Water Reclamation Facility project has undergone environmental review with the City Council certifying an EIR on August 14th of 2018. Given this sort of facilitates and goes along with that process, there's no additional CEQA review that's required. There is a change or clarification in your resolution here this evening, and that identifies that the city will be acting as lead agency for the pre-zone process, and that LAFCO will act as the responsible agency. And again, that's reflected in Resolution 70-19, which is a clarification from the earlier resolution that I referenced, where council authorized staff to submit the applications to LAFCO for the annexation and sphere of influence change. So finally, per California Government Code 65859, the city can pre-zone unincorporated areas that they're looking to annex into the city. The City Council approved Resolution 54-19 previously that authorized staff to submit applications to LAFCO for the annexation and SOI amendment. Along with that application is a requirement from LAFCO that we pre-zone the property and submit that. We hadn't done that with that other process, and so no, we're doing it now, hence the reason it's in front of you. And at this point, staff is recommending adoption of Resolution 70-19. That'll approve the pre-zone of the WRF site to public facilities, will approve the general plan and LCP text and map amendments, and we'd like for you to introduce for first reading by title only Ordinance 623. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. I'll open it up for general council questions. Who'd like to start us off? Councilmember Hiller? Sure.
Oh, well, I really just have, I really just have one question. Where are we at in the annexation process right now? Well, it's a two-part question. That's the first part. And the second part is, do we need to have that approved before we can start construction of the WRF facility?
I think I might hand that question to a friend. This might be a little more up to date on where we're at with that process.
So LAFCO doesn't want us to make an incomplete application. We're waiting for all.
Sure, hang on.
LAFCO doesn't want us to make an incomplete application, waiting for all the parts and pieces. This is one of the parts and pieces. So as soon as we have this, we will have a complete application to submit to LAFCO. And to answer the second part of the question, the property does not need to be within the city limits to start construction, and likely we will start construction prior to finishing the annexation process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Heller.
So did you get both questions answered there? Okay, good. So, there have been some questions raised about that little sliver of land to the right of the 27.6 acre piece there. Mm-hmm. Is that going to be a road there, or just, I don't understand what that gap is, or is there an easement there? Can you explain that?
That
again, a friend.
That gap will be retained in ownership by the Tri-W Corporation for access to their parcel. There's no road planned on it. Likely will be difficult to develop a road there other than the existing kind of cattle road that they have there because of its proximity to the riparian area, the little creek that runs along there. The access to the WRF will be provided with a driveway just to the north and whatever direction that is, west of there.
Okay. And then, so the municipal service review was approved by LAFCO in 2017?
That's correct.
For that service?
That's correct. They conduct
sphere of service line?
They
For the large
conduct
parcel.
a review of the city's, it's a municipal services review, and it's a review of the city's sphere of influence, and they did that in 2017, and it's been adopted, so correct.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
Some of our land use documents were not correspondingly updated over time, and so we're picking that up as part of this as well. We realized that as we were working our way through all of the moving parts that go along with the pre-zone and eventual annexation of property into the city.
Okay. And then the 27.6 acre site is about half of what you need for the WRF, right? So are there plans for that site? I've heard talk of solar panels. What is on the table for that?
There's a couple acres reserved for solar. The rest will be preserved as ag per the conditions of the coastal permit.
Oh, so some of it's preserved as
Yes.
ag. Do you know how many acres roughly?
Somewhere around half of the site. I don't have that number right
Okay,
off the top
that's
of my
fine.
head.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
I don't have any questions, thanks.
Questions? Okay. Councilmember Addis. No questions. All right. And I don't have any questions. With that, I will open the public hearing, and any members of the public wishing to come forward to speak on item B1, please do so now. I don't have any speaker slips, but you're certainly welcome to come forward. Item B1. Welcome, Aaron.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Aaron Oakes of Morro Bay. Just a quick comment. I would hold off on any sort of construction until you check with LAFCO on annexation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Public comment is still open regarding public hearing item B1. Any members of the public wishing to come forward, please do so now. Seeing none, I will close public comment, and I will close the public hearing, bring it back to council for discussion. Any discussion? Or
I think
I'll
it's
entertain a
pretty
motion.
straightforward, and I certainly am ready to move that we adopt resolution number 70-19, approving pre-zoning of a 27.6 acre portion of parcel APN 073-101-017 as a public facility zone district for the water reclamation facility to be located at 555 South Bay Boulevard, and approval of associated general plan and local coastal program text and map amendments, and introduce for first reading by title only and waive further reading ordinance number 623, pre-zoning the 27.6 acre water reclamation facility portion of that APN.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember McPherson regarding staff recommendations 1 and 2, and second by Councilmember Davis. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. That takes us to item B2 on our agenda. This is the adoption of resolution number 71-19, amending the coastal land use plan to clarify the total density derived from the allowed density transfer within the Cloisters subdivision. And this also is a public hearing. So I will move to the staff report and then move to council questions. With that, welcome, Nancy. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Yes, indeed.
All right. So this is approval of a text amendment to the coastal land use plan. And to give you an overview, this is complicated. I'm going to try to make it simple. This map gives you an idea of the area that's affected, and the change affects the Cloisters subdivision tract 1996, as shown in red. The view corridor is shown in yellow. The ESHA is shown in blue, and the residential areas are shown as north and south cluster areas, and it includes all land outside of the view corridor and outside of the ESHA. Land Use Policy 0.6. Following years of public hearings and discussions regarding the best use for an 84.4 acre parcel known now as the Cloisters, on October 24th, 1988, Resolution 127-88, the Coastal Land Use Plan, Land Use Policy 0.6, was amended to reflect the resulting changes. The portion of the language related to the density that we're talking about tonight is as follows. The density credit derived from the overall area designated as coastal resource residential land may be transferred to the areas outside of the public viewshed, and residences may be developed at higher densities within those areas. The policy also stated that no residential density accrues from the ESH area, and the land use designation for the area was mixed use area G2, specifically for the 84.4 acres that became the Cloisters. And a new limited density residential land use category was created for coastal resource residential, CRR, that allows up to 2 dwelling units per acre. So this is why the amendment is necessary. The 1988 Land Use Plan Amendment is very clear. Density credit derived from the overall area designated as coastal resource residential land may be transferred to the areas outside the public viewshed, and residences may be developed at higher densities within those areas. But in 1989, there was a Land Use Plan Amendment that added language to reflect specifically what the agreement with the property owner for 120 lots that was specifically identified in the proposed subdivision. And that language was not as clear. It stated, such transferred density will allow 120 residential units in a clustered residential development clustered to the north and south of the view corridor. In a subdivision proposal in 2007 and a potential sale in 2013, the California Coastal Commission recommended that a land use plan amendment might be necessary to clarify that language and clarify how much density was allowed on the total Cloisters subdivision. In 2018, the subdivision of Lot 124, the former location for the fire station, was delayed, and the Coastal Commission again concluded that the best remedy would be to amend the land use plan to clarify the intent for the allowed density. So here's the math. The total site area is 84.4 acres, and it's divided first into 21.6 acres of ESH and 62.8 acres of CRR zoned land available for density transfer. So if you take the 84.4 acres and you take out the ESH area, that leaves you the 62.8 acres, and that is the amount that's available for density transfer. So multiply that by 2 units per acre, and you get 125.6 total density allowed in the Cloisters subdivision. If you subtract out the 120 units that was specified in the subdivision, you have 5.6 density credits remaining. And our city policy requires that density-related fractions are rounded down if they're below 0.95. So the 5.6 would be rounded down to 5 units. The text amendment is just to clarify the mathematics of the original 1988 statement that density transfer is allowed on the overall area zone CRR. So the text amendment is the red letters, and it's changing only that such density transferred density will allow up to 125 residential units instead of 120. We're also correcting a date that I think is not controversial. The original language said that there was a subdivision map recorded in 1015, and that was a really long time ago, and it should have been 1915. So we're correcting that in this text amendment as well. July 16, 2019, the Planning Commission hearing heard this project, and there was public testimony at the hearing specifically related to the future development of Lot 124, believing that the proposed text amendment was approving density for that parcel. And it's not directly. What it's doing is approving that 125 units of density transfer are allowed in the subdivision. And 120 have been identified in specific parcels within the Cloisters subdivision. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 to forward a recommendation in Resolution 15-19 for approval of the Land Use Plan text amendment to City Council. And we are here, staff and Planning Commission recommended approval of MIN 19-06 for a text amendment to the Coastal Land Use Plan by approving City Council Resolution 73-19, which includes the findings and conditions of approval for the project.
Great, Nancy, thank you so much. And with that, I'll open it up for council questions. Councilmember Addis, you want to start us off? Any questions?
I don't really have questions tonight. I emailed Mr. Graham questions prior to this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. How many acres are in the lot?
So Lot 124 is 0.99 acres.
Okay, so if the CRR allows 2 per acre, it doesn't seem like enough.
It allows 2 per acre to be used in clustered developments developed at a higher density.
Got
and
it.
so I mean, this is not about the development of Lot 124. That'll come to Planning Commission later. But the proposal there will have all of the same lot size standards and development standards as all of the other lots in the Cloisters.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Good. Councilmember McPherson?
Well, that's essentially what my question was. I wanted to just clarify what decision we're making tonight, and it has nothing to do with the future development of Lot 124. It is simply changing language.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Heller?
Can you address the questions the residents have about parking on the street? How many guest spaces are currently planned?
We currently don't have a pending development for that parcel. So there was something that came in front of Planning Commission. It got really derailed, and Coastal Commission decided that before they could proceed, we needed to address the language clarification, and so we're doing that. I think that will come back with a new application that'll be a different design, different number of lots, and I think that they'll take the Cloisters Residents and Design Review Committee comments into account.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Thank you. That similar questions to what I was going to ask, so I'll stop there, and I'll open up the public hearing. For public comment, I do have a speaker slip. Dawn Beatty. Dawn, welcome.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor. Hello, City Council, staff, folks watching at home. My name is Dawn Beatty, and I live in the Cloisters. When have you ever seen a developer not build as many homes as they're allowed to build? If you're allowed to build 125 homes, you build 125 homes. If you're allowed to build 120, you build 120. So this may not directly affect that corner lot, but it indirectly really does. This developer is going to go to a lot of trouble, perhaps, to build a plan limiting them to 5 homes. So they're going to build 5. They're going to try. That's too many homes on that little lot. So by not accepting 5 as the limit, by lowering it to something other than this math, they won't have to go through this iteration over and over and over again. And That's what we've always wanted to do from the very beginning, is save the developer all these iterations. Do it once, don't put too many homes out there, and then have to, try to put too many homes out there, have to deal with the homeowners who are very upset by all the parking. You saw pictures that Melanie put up. Those pictures were taken in an area by the entrance to the cloisters. So you'll go by that empty lot, which won't be empty, and there'll be all these cars parked on the street because there's not enough parking for the first plan side didn't even have driveways. I mean, they had like 2 driveways. The rest were partial driveways, and still going to be a lot of cars parked in the street. And now we don't know. I mean, we can't really decide on what we don't know. But what I can say is, from our look at it, 125 homes for the whole closest development, or 5 homes in that lot, because that's what's left, is too many. And we really don't want to go through this. I mean, if we have to, we have to. What we want, the Cloisters Architectural Design Review Committee, what we want is to ensure that not too many homes get built there. I mean, Cloisters put plans in place not to have parking like the rest of town has. And we'd like to keep it that way, not get a corner to be dangerous because it has too many cars. And anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dawn. Public comment is still open regarding item B2. Steve, welcome.
Thank you. Steve Stevens, Morro Bay, and representing the Design Committee of the Cloisters and the interests of 120 owners. I appreciate the opportunity. Once again, the process is now flawed, and this has been approached in a nonsensical manner. The previous submission was done improperly, and again, we were starting out without proper protocol, and now we're being blindsided to suggest a 1988 document takes precedent over all the subsequent hundreds of thousands of hours of discussions, negotiations, and settled agreements that the entire community had come to accept is absolutely outrageous. Nowhere in the previous document is there any mention of this new manner of establishing density. Not a word was ever spoken of this tortured math. Not a word was spoken at all. Such as approach belies transparency, the facts, and fairness. This lot was dedicated to the city as a fire station site. Around 2006, the city decided not to proceed with that fire station site. No mention at this time, or over the past 30 years, was there any mention of this 30-year-old document stating that it's somehow misinterpreted, as Don stated, that there are 5 lots, additional lots that magically appeared. That's quite interesting. The Coastal Commission planner, Sarah Carville, who's been responsive to our questions, never approached this as a math calculation, but rather indicated a discussion with the owner and a new submittal of 4 or 5 lots determined after sufficient communication and feedback from the homeowners of the Cloisters. Morro Bay's previous city attorney cautioned about the actions of the staff and the city and their invalid manner of retroactively changing the rules. There was no schematic submitted to comment on this. The city of Morro Bay's Land Use Plan, Chapter 13, Protection of Neighborhood Character, speaks of one of the priorities of the Coastal Act is the protection of the community and its neighborhoods. That is the establishment of the policy to preserve the unique character of its varied neighborhood and creating a higher quality vision environment. The Coastal Commission requires the approval of the Design Committee for any submittal. We will honor our responsibility to oversee proper application of the guidelines with strict attention to traffic safety, parking, continuity, and neighborhood conformity and compatibility. Respectfully, we believe a maximum of 4 lots would suffice. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. Item B2, public comment is still open regarding item B2. Any members of the public wishing to come forward, please do so now. Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back. At this time, I will close the public hearing and open it up to council discussion. Anybody want to start us off on discussion? Sure, certainly.
So my understanding was that we're aligning the language with new language with old language. That's what this is really about. So what would be the opportunity then if people don't want 5 homes? Like if right now this is about making the language match, how do they get less homes if that's what they want?
When a developer brings forth a new application, then they can speak against it. It also needs to go through the Cloisters design review process, and my guess is they will have some comments about what is proposed to them at that point.
And then would council lower the maximum number of houses, or it would still be, we'd still have the 5 houses?
It really depends on what, it would be a negotiation with the developer and the Cloisters. Something would be brought forth to the planning department and eventually go in front of planning commission. Planning commission would make a decision.
I guess what I'm wondering is it necessary for council
No.
to lower the number to 4 if the people want 4?
No, that would involve another process. We'd have to stop right now and go back because you'd be telling us that the CRR land use classification that allows for 2 units per acre is incorrect. Because that's what it says. I mean, the one slide that Nancy showed you for the math, that's the math. There's no question about how many units you can have out there. There was, essentially, when they approved the subdivision, they didn't get to the 125. They didn't address it, didn't speak to it because there was a lot of back and forth. But when you do the math based on the allowed density, which is in your general plan, that's where it comes out. It's 2 per acre, it's just the math.
I think what you're saying is, or asking is, just because 5 could be there doesn't mean that's what's going to wind up there. Is that the question?
And is there still opportunity for the public to prevent 5 without council changing the math?
There'll be ability for the public to express their concerns, at which point the planning commission will take that into consideration. It sounds like we'll be working with the design review committees, which we did in the past. That whole process has changed recently. So, I mean, there's every opportunity for the public to engage in that. Planning commission will have the recommending authority, and it could be appealed to council in either direction, correct?
And we require them to come forward with a recommendation from the architectural review committee in the Cloisters, the project applicant, so.
Councilmember Davis.
I am satisfied that the Cloisters Committee will have the opportunity to address the final density of this lot in future procedure. And what I see tonight is that we are simply clarifying some language that was already in existence. So I'm ready to make a motion. I move that we adopt Resolution 71-19, approving the proposed text amendments to the Coastal Land Use Plan, and direct staff to submit to the California Coastal Commission for certification.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Davis for the staff recommendation, second by Councilmember McPherson. This discussion is still open. I'll comment that this is simply, as stated a number of times, clarification with regard to something that is pre-existent to clarify the amount of, or the lot density that could be met with regard to a pre-existing ordinance or language that existed prior. There will be a process, from what I understand, that if there is a development proposed, that the proposal will come from the developer, it will go directly to the planning department, it will be reviewed, there will be the opportunity for the Cloisters Design ARC Committee to review, it will then go to the planning commission, and after their action, come to the city council for a public hearing and approval or non-approval. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Good. Then I too support the motion. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I also support it. I just want to point out that my recollection is that the reason that you did this is that because the original proposal from the developer actually called for 6 homes. And so the Coastal Commission really wanted to clarify what our current land use plan states, and that's why you did this. So that's my understanding. We've actually cut down the number, and it may very well cut down more in the process. So thank you.
So my comments on this are, it may be correct from a planning standpoint, but I think the residents who bought property in the Cloisters and have lived there for a number of years had an understanding about what would be developed there, and this is clearly not in that direction, and I don't have confidence in the next step in terms of listening to the review perhaps, but I would be very surprised if less than 5 units are built on this property.
So we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and take roll call. Call vote.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Great. That will take us to a biofluid break. We will take about 6 minutes. It's 7 o'clock. Reconvene at 7:00. Well, you'll be late, so 7:07. How's that? We are back from our biofluid break, and we are moving to item C-1 on our agenda, consideration of local hire options for construction work on components of the water reclamation facility project, and the provision of direction is deemed appropriate for local labor discussion direction, and I will turn it over to Mr. Collins for the introductory presentation. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. Scott Collins, City Manager, and try to go through this presentation pretty quickly. We have, posted the staff report. The staff report also included the PowerPoint presentation. We want to get to council questions and plenty of time for deliberation, as well as comments from the public. So without further ado, City Council included in the 2019-2020 adopted city goals an action item to review options to include local hire preference on major city capital improvement projects, starting with the Wharf project. Since that time, in April, May, staff has been reviewing the various options related to local hire preference, reviewing literature, which is plenty of that online, discussed with agencies that have either pursued local hire programs or are in the process of doing that and are considering that, and engaged with local labor representatives to better understand how PLAs and the like function. Staff prepared a review of the options and outlined the various pros and cons in the staff report, which are going to be summarized for tonight's discussion. Ultimately, local hire provisions would only apply to the pipeline conveyance and the injection well systems components of the Wharf project, which the overall value in construction dollars is around $30 million. It would not include the Wharf facility itself, as that's already under contract. So we'll just get to the options that are outlined in the staff report. The first is a project labor agreement or community workforce agreement, somewhat interchangeable terms. Ultimately, what they mean are formalized agreements between the project owner, in this case the city, and labor groups and representatives. On the community workforce side, which is a little different than public labor agreement, you can include local hire and apprenticeship preferences in terms of the percentage of hours that are a goal of construction work to be performed by local workers. The benefits on a PLA or CWA are that you have pre-agreed terms, you have understanding about management, labor relations, and ultimately those relate into not having work stoppages. Local labor halls conduct outreach. Construction management ensures contractor, subcontractor compliance with the negotiated agreement. From our vantage point, looking at the city of SLO and others, as well as kind of estimating our own costs for compliance that's already required for this project, regardless of CWA or PLA being involved, we We estimate the cost on the legal side and compliance to be around $45,000 to $90,000. Additional costs are uncertain at this time. The other is to consider including a provision directly within the contract, which wouldn't necessarily be done through the union halls. This contract for the wharf project could include a local hire program requirement. Could also include local hire apprenticeship preferences, again, in terms of percentage of hours as a goal to be constructed, work to be constructed by local workers. Work stoppage could occur because you wouldn't have those prearranged agreements with the labor groups. Contractor would conduct the outreach for local hiring, and the construction management would ensure compliance. Being that there isn't as much required in terms of compliance, we estimate the cost to be a little less, around the $10,000 to $20,000 range. And again, additional costs related to labor are uncertain at this time. And of course, council could consider to continue forward without any local labor provisions and just rely on the market to deliver on local hire goals. Pausing 1 second. Looks like we're back up. Great. Oh. Keep going, keep going. One more. All right. So did my best to make this readable, but this is basically a breakdown of the various options that I just discussed. And of course, could be variations between, or gradations between these, but ultimately they were the major options that we discovered through our research. So just looking at the Community Workforce Agreement, or PLA, the pros could be that you can include local hire apprenticeship goals. So if a union contractor was selected to do the project without a PLA or CWA, they could not bypass the current hiring practices and would be able to get labor. Whoever is first in line to work would be picked, whereas with a CWA, you could mandate that they first start with local labor first, even if they're not the first in line. Again, no work stoppages because of prearranged agreements about how disputes would be resolved. There's higher rigor in terms of achieving local hire goals. Again, they can only be goals that can't mandate that the city or the contractor achieve a certain hire goal. That's illegal, but good faith efforts could and should be made under CWA PLA to ensure that local hire goals are achieved. On the con side, there are the additional known costs for negotiation and compliance. It may discourage non-union local contractors and subs from bidding on the project, and potentially higher classifications may be used for work that lower classification could do otherwise. Not always the case, but it could be. For the contract provision for local hire, could also include local hire apprenticeship goals. Additional costs are included in that. On the con side, there is less rigor involved compared to the CWA, and there's still the potential for work stoppages. And then last but least, as another option, is to consider moving forward as is. There's no additional costs that we're aware of, but then on the other side, there's no formalized mechanism to encourage and attain local hiring goals, and certainly still the potential for work stoppage. Some additional considerations, the City of SLO and other agencies in SLO County are either moving forward or considering pursuing a CWA for similar projects like ours, the wharf. Local hire preference goals cannot be required to be achieved by the contractor, subs, union hall, but rather require good faith efforts are made. Reports and studies that are available online, which are plenty, by well-established institutions, well-researched, solid methodologies, are really mixed on whether CWAs or PLAs add or reduce costs for projects, and if they increase or decrease local worker participation on projects. Council could consider, in lieu of or in addition to a resolution or an ordinance that creates a general statement of encouragement for local hire preference on all CIPs or specific types of CIPs, though we would caution that if we wait and see how these, if we move forward on a PLA or something like that, and see how that goes before creating a long-standing policy. Whichever option is pursued, we don't see an impact on the wharf project schedule from our vantage point looking forward. So what we've done is sort of outline some questions for council. Of course, we'll be happy to answer any of the technical questions you have, but just thinking about framing a discussion, because there are a lot of areas to cover. Is there interest in pursuing any of these options? And if so, what are the council's broad priorities for local hiring on those remaining components of the wharf? What are your specific goals with regard to local workers, either in terms of percentage of hours to work on the project by locals and or apprentices? And what other specific goals should be considered, if any? And is there additional information that's needed prior to making a decision? So we're happy to kind of answer your technical questions, but I think it's important to really think through these before moving forward on a decision. So again, the recommendations are really just to consider the various options. We could enter into a negotiation with local labor representatives for a CWA, or direct staff to add local hire provisions directly into the contract for firms that are selected to construct the remaining components of the project. Or council could choose not to pursue either of these mechanisms to encourage local hiring and to see what the market can bear in terms of local hiring. So that concludes our presentation, but happy to answer any questions. Both Chris and I are available to answer some of those.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Collins. I do appreciate that. Before we begin, I'll ask for any ex parte communications from our council members. Councilmember Addis.
I've had ex parte communications with union representatives. I don't know if you need names, or I've never disclosed ex parte, so I'm not totally sure how it works.
Who did you meet with, talk to, get emailed by, get contacted via phone and or answering
I think
machine?
we've all been emailed
or
by
text.
lots and lots of people. I don't think I could name
Up to
every
you. I'm just
single-
asking because
Yeah.
of the nature of the issue, just for ex parte communication.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'll just take you at your word for whomever you'd like to name.
Yeah, I've had communications with many of the folks in the audience that are union members, as well as people on the business side.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes, Councilmember Addis and I have attended a couple of meetings with our WRF team and the city manager and some representatives of local unions and building trades representatives. And in addition, David Baldwin came to one of my office hours, and we spoke for about an hour.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McPherson.
Yeah, well, we've obviously received a lot of emails from a variety of folks. In addition, I had a telephone conversation with Corey Black and David Baldwin and Julie, so that was just this morning, but I didn't meet in person, just a telephone conversation.
Great, okay. Councilmember Heller.
Yeah, enormous amount of communication on this, all different approaches. I've had communication with a few contractors and other folks that I know in the industry.
Great. And myself, I met with Mr. Baldwin, Mr. Black, and also Mr. Rohr regarding the issue. Numerous emails, contacts as well. But thank you for that. That's something that we will do occasionally when we have important issues to decide. With that, I'll open it up for council questions. Who'd like to start us off with regard to council questions for staff?
I'd be happy to.
Okay. Looking for volunteers.
All right. Yeah, let me just begin by saying thank you to the staff. I appreciate the staff report, and I appreciate the additional research that you included with the staff report, which is very helpful. And I have read all of the emails, I've read all the research, I've done some research on my own, so I feel like I'm pretty up to date on this issue. But there are many things I still don't know. So first one, could you tell me to what extent the construction trade workers are unionized in San Luis Obispo County? What roughly what, proportion? We've seen some data in some of the emails that we've gotten, but I'm just curious to know what we know about that.
Anecdotally, and members of the audience can probably correct this if I'm wrong, but we've heard from one of our construction managers that approximately 15% are unionized in San Luis Obispo County area. 80% of the contractors are non-union shops.
Okay. And because this is really just pertaining to the WRF project and specifically to two components of the WRF project, the pipeline lift station and injection wells, could you tell me how many bids you are going to be soliciting on those projects? Would you be dividing them up, or would you be looking for one bidder to bid on all, or how would you go about that?
We're setting up a process as we're going through the design that ultimately we'd have bids for the two projects individually, the two components. The injection well would be done separately from the pipeline and lift station. And we don't know how many bids we're going to get without, doing it, but, there could be subcontracts off of the general contractor that's submitting. That's
Right.
not atypical for projects like this.
So you're not going to separate out the pipelines and the lift stations as separate bids?
It's going to be one bid.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how is local defined in both a PLA, CWA, and a local hiring provision contract language?
It's largely dependent upon the negotiations. Obviously, we'd want to start with in mind what the goals of the council are. The city of SLO had kind of spheres, maybe that's not the right term, but kind of tiers, right? But you sort of think of it as circles, as expanding outward, but starting local with city of SLO and then moving out to the county and the neighboring counties, and then the fourth final tier is Ventura County. Starting with, you have to start first with available labor in the city of SLO before you would then go to the county and then go out of the county.
So would we do that starting first with the city of Morro Bay and then possibly going out to Estero Bay, Solos, Osage, Morro Bay, and Cayucas, and then expand out from that? Is that kind of the way it would work when you define local?
That could be one approach. It's not prescribed in any law that it has to be defined a certain way. Again, it's subject to council discretion, but then also negotiation.
But we would decide that, okay. And what is the current status of the construction market in the county? And I guess I'm worried about the fact, do we have a lot of public works projects going on, or large public projects that might be seeking contractors that would be competing with us?
Yeah, there's a potential for that, for sure. The city of SLO is doing their WRRF, South County District as well, the Pismo Beach led project for injection wells, which is somewhat comparable to our project, or at least one component of our project. So there could be, I guess, increased competition, if you will, for laborers. But it's hard to know because each project's timed a little differently. I've had discussions with some of the labor groups about that very thing, and their view is that that they could meet some of those goals. Whether it's 30% or higher, they think it's achievable even within that market. But there's definitely a lot of projects out there, and we certainly saw that with our wharf project, receiving four total bids for the wharf facility.
Right. And are these other projects ahead of us, or are we likely to get there first and get first crack at them?
That's a good question. On the injection well, I think we might be ahead of Pismo. Not that we necessarily want to compete directly with them.
Right.
But I think the other ones, the WRRF with SLO, I think it may be around the same time. Are we ahead of them?
No, I believe they're ahead of us.
They're ahead, yeah. But that's slightly different. I mean, that's more of the facility upgrades versus pipeline, but there is some components to the pipeline.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about the type of construction workers that would be employed on our projects.
So,
how many,
they're
roughly?
linear, for the most part, linear projects with some ancillary facilities, so pipeline, laborers, pipe fitters. There'll be mechanical and electrical contractors to build the pump station facilities and the support facilities for the injection wells.
And can we make any kind of rough estimate of how many people, laborers we might be hiring on these projects? Is that possible?
Rough estimates from the construction management estimate somewhere maybe 9 to 12 on the pipeline project at any given time.
Okay. And do we know anything about the current supply of qualified construction workers living in the city of Morro Bay? No. Okay. I thought I'd ask. And what types of requirements regarding hiring are placed on our bidding and contracting practices by our funding sources? So by WIFIA and the State Revolving Fund?
We can make good faith efforts, but we can't put specific requirements in there. For example, we have a local ordinance that is a local vendor preference where if we're only using city money, we have much more latitude to hire even if the vendor would supply something at 5% more, our ordinance would allow us to hire that person. With state and federal funding, we cannot enforce those provisions in a contract.
But we are required to pay prevailing wage, correct?
Yes.
By our funding source.
Yes.
So whichever route we go to hire local workers, they're going to be paid prevailing wage.
Regardless of the funding source in the state of California, we're required to pay prevailing wage for all public work contracts that exceed $1,500.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about the process for letting bids. Can we have pre-qualifications in that process? That they have to meet before they're allowed to bid. I'm thinking about, years of service and extensive experience and that sort of thing. Recommendations from other clients.
We can set up a process that allows for pre-qualification of bidders. We can require that they attend a pre-bid conference to make sure that they understand the process to bid on that. There are many things that the Public Contracts Code will allow us to do. The goal is to get a number of qualified bidders bidding on a project, not fewer qualified bidders, because competition helps with the prices.
Right. But could we add something in the pre-qualification regarding local hire? Would that be permissible?
On the issue of local hire, I think it should be clear that the federal constitution prohibits us from having strict quotas for local hire. You just simply cannot do it. It's a constitutional issue. It's premised on the idea that you can't discriminate against someone that's willing to travel here from Colorado or Ventura County or wherever and work here. We can encourage through preferences, and what that means is that either through the union hall or through contract, we basically say we want to see good faith efforts for you to make sure local laborers know about the job and you reach out to them. But you can't have strict quotas. In regards to pre-qualification, basically Public Works in California, there's two requirements. One is that you meet minimum standards, you are qualified to do the job, and then all of the folks that meet those pre-standards, you take the lowest bidder. Now, we are restrained on what we can say are qualifications ahead of time, because the law basically wants us to make sure we spend taxpayer dollars on the lowest possible bidder. As the Public Works Director was pointing out, there is some flexibility on what you have to do to pre-qualify, but there are limits on how much you can make that minimum floor. And then if you meet the minimum floor, then you take the lowest bidder.
Okay. And I did not see any studies that actually evaluate the effectiveness of project labor agreements with respect to local hire. Are you aware of any? Do we know if they're actually effective in increasing local hiring?
As the city manager pointed out in the staff report, the data is inconclusive in regards to saying that globally, PLAs or community workforce agreements will do X, Y, and Z. It depends upon local conditions, and so sometimes they do help local labor get hired. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes it'll have an impact on cost. Sometimes it won't. There's a lot of studies out there, and really the end result is that it just depends upon the conditions of the local economy, the specific project being bid, where we're at in fiscal cycles. There's a lot of variables that go into it. And so each public entity or each private company that's looking into maybe doing a PLA or CWA, for better or for worse, has to really drill down on their details for that local situation and decide whether they think it's worth doing.
Yeah, in reading the studies, I noticed that they tended to look at the number of bidders, how it impacted the number of bidders, and also the cost of the project. But I didn't see any that actually specifically looked at effectiveness. That's why I was asking. So,
I was going to say, there's an argument that the local hire preference requirements would be more strongly enforced by union halls. There's also an argument to be made that if you are a local laborer or local contracting company that does not want to be part of the union, then unless you pay the union dues for the project, then you're not going to be in the work. And so it depends upon local conditions. And so there's no conclusive answer.
No, I realize it's a complex issue, and
Yes.
there's many variables that affect it, and it's very difficult to isolate just one factor. So anyway, I'll let somebody else continue asking questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlis. Councilmember Heller, question, sir.
I have a few questions. So I'm still not clear about the local hire issue in general. I mean, is our intention to hire people who live in Morro Bay? Is that something that we want to do? Is that something that's up to negotiation? Are we looking at people who live in the county? By going into this kind of an agreement or this kind of a negotiation, if we've got 5 qualified plumbers that live in Morro Bay, whether they're union or non-union, how are we going to do anything different than having 5 plumbers that are qualified to do the work?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a specific answer to that, but, it's really kind of the questions thrown back at you as council members, what you define as local and what you want. I think generally, taking a step back, this will be the biggest project we ever complete in our history. And maybe trying to find ways to benefit the residents as most as possible. And I think that's what sprung this discussion, are there mechanisms to help encourage those who otherwise maybe wouldn't be able to participate, or put a greater preference on the local hiring, so that we don't have, we're stuck in a situation where outside firms that don't have any local base here are bringing their employees from other parts of the state or outside of the state to do work here in our town on a $126 million project. So I think that's the basis of it. So, when you go back to the question, it's up to council. If council feels it's important to specify what our goals are, down to the percentage point, and how you define the spheres or tiers, that's a question back to you.
Okay, so, in my mind, if there are 5 qualified plumbers, I want the project to be managed in such a way that all 5 of those will work on the project. I mean, that's local hire to me.
Right.
And also, it is true, isn't it, that as you were saying, Mr. Attorney, that these are goals, really. There's no way to measure how many, or you can't, I guess, by law, actually say hire 3 plumbers and 2.
Yeah, you can't mandate that they achieve those goals. You
Okay,
can
gotcha.
mandate
It's a
that
goal.
they work through the process, good faith effort to achieve the goal. It's a nuance, but it's,
Okay,
an important one.
Okay. Now, there are a lot of other components, obviously, to these agreements besides the local hire piece. And there's an enormous amount of information. I couldn't believe how much stuff hit my inbox, and very political. I had no idea it was so political. Half the states in the country don't allow PLAs. It's against the law to use public money using a PLA or community workforce agreement, which I didn't know. So there's a lot of strong issues here, and it's very controversial. So the question I have that's next is there anything in that we're doing now, Mr. Leivik, that can give us direction one way or the other in terms of how you would like to manage the project with respect to this issue with PLAs, et cetera? You'd mentioned wanting to get lots of bids. What are your thoughts
I mean,
about that?
that's, the goal is to build the most cost-effective project that benefits the community the most. So I'm not sure how the community wants to see that project built. I said we want to have lots of bids because competition tends to reduce the price. That would be ideal. We don't like to see projects with one or two bids on them, so flexibility would be good. I can see advantages and disadvantages of a local labor agreement, that were identified in the presentation. And cost-wise, I think there's too many market factors out there to basically tell us whether, unless we were to have the ability to bid a exact same project with exactly the same conditions with a PLA and without a PLA, you would never know. It's a physical impossibility. We can never do this. So I think what we need to do is the council needs to come up with what they want to see for the community and whether they support a local labor agreement or not, and that will inform how we put the contract documents together.
Okay, and then what's your assessment of the construction market right now in the region in scale of super busy, so busy, not busy at all? I mean,
it seems pretty busy, especially with some local projects that'll be either out to bid or going out to bid soon. We have the Paso Robles Water Reclamation Project to the north, City of San Luis Obispo's WRRF, about $100+ million project. We have South County Sand District's rehab project that they're doing. We have the Pismo, which is a little bit further down the line, their injection project. So there's quite a few public works, infrastructure projects in the area that are going to bid. That's just kind of the utility side. There's also road projects out there that'll absorb some of the general engineering contractors to work on those projects too.
okay. And what are the other issues about PLAs and community workforce agreements that we need to address here? We talked about prevailing wages for a minute. And I've read in some of the stuff that if this does become a union project, or this portion of the work becomes a union project, that the non-union workers involved would have to pay into both funds, both pension funds where they work as well as the union fund. Is that true?
That's Chris will be able to answer that question.
Sorry.
Akin to how local is defined, that again would be up to both the council and then the labor union that's being negotiated with. So for example, if a company already uses a union workforce, then generally it's not going to be an issue. But if a company is not using a union workforce, then typically PLAs or CWAs will have a provision in there that says for essential staff or employees of that construction firm, you can sometimes have a 1-to-1 ratio where you can have one of your regular employees and then one has to be from the union hall. And then they might cap that at, say, 10. For example, I've worked on a PLA for another client where that was what they did, was if a non-union company came in, they could say, we have a long-term employee we want to use, and then every one that you use that way, you have to use someone from the union hall, and then it might be capped at, say, you get 10 of your own. So it depends. The council could decide that they want to negotiate that if a non-union company comes in and they have to do the PLA, that they could use up to half of their normal workforce, and the rest has to be through the union hall. Typically, if they're using non-union employees, then they're going to need to pay into the union. They're going to need to pay those dues. In return, they're going to get the collective bargaining from the union. One of the cons people talk about is that they're not going to stay in the union after the job's over, so they won't get any of the long-term benefits. So there's a lot of details to be negotiated, and of course, if you have a PLA, remember that the local trade union has to agree to it as well. So basically, the city and the local trade unions would negotiate an agreement. If an agreement's not reached, then we don't have a PLA.
Okay. And I think, Mr. City Manager, you mentioned 45 to 90,000 is what you're guessing the negotiation would cost to put the agreements in place, right?
Yeah, just break that out a little bit. We believe the legal negotiation cost and probably my time and some of their time would be in the $20,000 to $40,000 range, and then the remainder of that spread would be on the compliance side. There's already compliance requirements because of the implied WIFIA and SRF loans. And some labor, just general labor compliance requirements already built into the project overall. So we already are accounting for that in our budget. This would be in addition to that. So the same individual would have to apply more hours. Otherwise, they wouldn't to comply with the CWA or some other contractual requirement that's different from the CWA.
Okay. And then you said that there might be some additional costs as well? I mean, what would that be?
This gets back to that kind of the uncertainty of whether, CWA either increases or decreases the cost depending upon how, again, we don't have anything to compare to because we'll be running the project with the CWA if we go that route, so we won't know necessarily if some of the provisions within the negotiated agreement maybe raise costs where you wouldn't have them prior, or reduce costs. So we just sort of have to put that out as a qualifier. We don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question for you, Mr. Liebig. The issue in a lot of the literature I read had to do with work stoppage. In your experience, have you managed projects where work stoppage was an issue?
I've never managed a project where we had a union work stoppage on a public works project, both the street infrastructure and pipeline type work.
Okay. What else did I want to ask? I think that's all the questions I have right now.
Good. Thank you. I'll go ahead and go next. Thanks again for your report. Ms. Collins, on the fiscal impact, am I reading that there would be a differential in costs, 45 to 90,000 for a PLA that was negotiated with the unions, and then a potential cost of 10 to 20 if it were not negotiated? And if so, why that cost differential if your endpoint is trying to reach all of the same goals that might be in a PLA? What is the differential in costs associated with?
The amount of rigor required based on the agreements and based on the number of parties that are part of the agreement, it may be up to 16 different union groups. The level of scrutiny is going to be significantly higher, just to be frank. On the non-PLA or CWA side, I mean, we're not negotiating with anybody, so Chris's time will be significantly less. That's in part and parcel why that number is down to the $10,000 to $20,000 range. He'll help with his guidance in terms of what we would put into a contract with a bidder or a selected bidder or the bid documents, but we're not negotiating with anybody, and that it could be a 3 to 6 month process, and that's a lot of his time or somebody on his staff's time. So that that helps explain the difference.
Is there any of your staff time that would take away from existing duties for you to be involved in either of these agreements?
Yeah,
Either the PLA or the contractual arrangement with non-union
I mean,
groups?
there would probably be some of my time, some of Public Works Director Rob Livick, obviously, the Corollo team would add some hours, and I think that those sort of bill up into those dollar amounts. It's not just Chris's time, but so he would be the major contributor for that.
Okay, any idea the length of time it would take to enter in and complete a PLA versus a, what I'll call a work contract with a non-union entity? Just looking at
Yeah,
time.
I think probably 3 to 4 months, maybe a little longer, depending. I don't know, Rob, if you have more specific timeline.
To put a typical contracts documents together, I mean, we've already started with the design, and they're putting specifications together to finalize those. It's a couple of months worth of good work to put a bid package together. I've never done a PLA, so I don't know what that negotiation time is, and that's ahead of the contract. That's not with the contract documents.
Okay.
If I could address
Sure,
just
absolutely, yes.
the time involved, and perhaps to give some clarity on the work that we're anticipating. So if the council were to give us direction to go with, looks like option 2, local hire provision and construction contract, that would simply be council deciding, perhaps through a subcommittee, how we define local, how aggressive we want to make the preferences, and it all has to be constitutional how we do it. And that would essentially be probably a 1 or 2 page addition to the construction contract that we then put out to bid. If we were to do a PLA, that 1 or 2 page section would be part of a larger, maybe 30-page document that would address other issues in addition to local labor hire. It would address issues of, hiring through the union hall. It would address issues of paying union dues. It would address the issues of, there can't be work stoppages. It would address issues of if there are any labor condition complaints that, we'd have some mediation that would occur. It essentially would, bring about a collective bargaining agreement for the workforce. And, traditionally PLAs were done to extend over a significant period of time and cover lots of construction projects. And so, increasingly cities now and private companies are doing them project by project, but they're big agreements. So that's part of why it would take more time to do a PLA. And of course, we're negotiating with the local trade union council. And typically they're going to need to, once we negotiate with them, get sign-off from all the local trade unions, which could be 10 to 20 different trade unions, and then they need to sign off on it. And until everyone signs off on it and agrees to it, we don't have a PLA. But once it's done, it's a comprehensive, robust document.
Okay. On page 112 of the staff report, under the PLA agreement, community workforce agreements, first paragraph, under your discussion, it says at the bottom sentence, they can also include targets for apprentices, participation in the project, which can help connect younger laborers and underrepresented groups to the trades. Obviously, that's extremely important. Could that occur with both types of agreements, or is one more specifically better at making this or allowing this to happen than the other, as far as your experience or the knowledge that you have?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer or experienced enough to answer that question, though. I think it's important to note that there are requirements, period, for apprenticeship participation. It's more about that you try to put in the local preference for those apprenticeship positions. I don't know if one would be more successful than the other in terms of encouraging a local, a local apprentice versus a non-local. Just think about generally about the level of rigor that's involved through the union halls versus just working through a contractor to help encourage those. That's sort of where I look, and I think maybe the the union halls might have more rigor in terms of being able to do the outreach.
Okay. Page 113, under CWA cons, I was curious, the last con, CWAs may require the use of certain trades that be utilized that carry a higher cost for work that may be able to be done by a lower classification. Is there a differentiation between the agreements and requirements that might be in one or the other that would speak to that?
Yes, I believe that you're more likely to see those in a CWA versus a contract provision.
Okay. All right. And let's see, I believe, if I'm not incorrect, our goal that was established by the council specifically regarding this issue is to include local labor provision on major capital improvement projects, with the WRF being the initial project. Is that actually the verbiage? I'm just trying to.
Yes.
I thought I pulled up the right one, but
That's
is that
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
The verbiage wasn't enter into a PLA or a CWA or whatever type of agreement. It wasn't specific. It was
on the
general.
methodology. It was specific or more general about encouraging local participation.
Good.
Yeah.
If I could, Mr. Casares, I have a question for you as our project manager, sir. Obviously, you have extensive background in managing not only our project, but a number of other projects. Would you please comment for the council on your experience with PLAs, CWAs versus directly contracting with contractors, and what your experience is with regard to the criteria that have been laid out by staff? I'd appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Eric Caceres, the city's program manager. I've got some peripheral experience with community workforce agreements, or PLAs. Our firm is currently managing a community workforce agreement for the city of Hercules and Pinole, their water reclamation facility project. And some of the research that we've done there for that specific project is it did not do much to increase the local labor participation. Other than that, I've been involved in designs of certain projects that have gone through that process, but don't have a ton of specific information on that.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Councilmember Davis.
I want to thank my fellow council members for asking a very comprehensive list of questions, most of which were on my list. And I guess one of the important things I would need to know is, does a CWA preclude non-union subcontractors? And I think you answered that, Scott, by saying that, or maybe Chris, that it is possible for a non-union subcontractor to say, I have employees I want to keep on, and then do like a one-for-one. Is that correct?
Yes, it all depends upon the details of what is negotiated with the local trade union council. So I would anticipate that during the negotiations, the local trade union council is going to try to make sure that, there isn't, they're going to try to keep the union labor as high as possible. And then, of course, there's always the issue then if a non-union contractor comes in and says, I have a management team, that I work with. They have to be on this job. So, there's mechanisms where, like I said, I've seen mechanisms where for every one person that you want to use that's non-union and that has been part of your company, like you might have to say they've been working there for 2 years, you have to use one union worker. That's for management. When it comes to subcontractors, again, it depends upon what we can negotiate. I would expect that there would be a requirement to use at least some union labor for subcontractors, if not most of the subcontractors would need to be union labor, because otherwise, why would the local trade union council agree to the PLA? That's part of the point of it. But then it also depends too on what requirements the non-union workers need to meet to do the job. As in, do they just need to join the union? Do they need to pay some of the union dues? Of course, they get the benefits of being in the union too while they're on the job. So at the expense of being too complicated right now, basically it's open to negotiation, and both sides would have to agree to it. And keep in mind, the city and the local trade union council, they negotiate all this. Once it's agreed to, if it's agreed to, then that goes out into the RFP for the bids. And then when we put out the RFP and say bid on the injection sites and the pipelines, if you submit a bid, then you agree to be subject to the PLA. And so that's how the process works.
Okay.
Does that answer?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to add to that, I pulled up the City of SLO's staff report when they brought it to council to adopt the PLA, and they negotiated provision to allow non-union contractors the ability to employ up to 5 of their core workers on the WRF, WRRF project, using a 1-to-1 ratio where start off, the first selected would be the core worker, and then the second would be a union, and of course try to hire local union, and then the next would be a core worker, up to 5 total core workers for a non-union shop. So they found ways, and this was not only negotiation through with the unions, but also in discussions with local contractors who were concerned that they would sort of be shut out of the process. So that was a specific provision that was entered into because of concerns in the contractor community.
Okay, thanks. And Rob, do we know what Cayucas is doing?
They have a out-of-the-area contractor. I don't believe they're a union shop. Cushman is the contractor, and from what I've heard, they brought all out-of-the-area labor with them.
Okay. Thanks, that's all I have.
Oh, Councilmember Addis, sorry. Didn't need to call on you, you're there.
I have a number of questions. Is there anything in a community workforce agreement that would prevent the most qualified workers from being on the project? We heard comment that there is a desire for the most qualified workers. So is there anything in the agreement that would prevent that?
No.
Okay, and then we heard comment that like some states have outlawed PLAs, so could you just remind us what the courts have said about the legality of the PLA or a community workforce agreement?
Sure. The courts have said that basically, cities, private companies, counties, states, the federal government, they can all negotiate a project labor agreement, which is essentially supposed to be a long-term collective bargaining agreement. And there are limits on what you can or can't do. The biggest limit, germane to this conversation, is that you can't have quotas for local hiring, but you can strongly encourage the company to do everything possible to hire local before they go outside of local. And again, local is how we define it. So the courts have also said, too, that you can't enter into a PLA or require the use of a PLA that is going to basically create a result where you don't get the lowest responsive bidder. You can't load it up with so much that you're not going to get the best price for the project.
And I know PLAs or CWAs are legal in California, but how prevalent are they? Do you know?
It depends on the region. In the Los Angeles area, most of the cities have them. Frankly, Los Angeles is a liberal county, liberal city. In Orange County, they really don't have a lot of them. Some of the cities there have just said we're never going to do them. They banned them. It depends upon the region. There's a healthy diversity throughout the state. There certainly are a lot of PLAs throughout the state, and there's certainly areas that they would never even have it on a council or county agenda to even talk about.
Is there any definitive evidence that a PLA would overlap with a busy market in a negative way? I know there's conjecture. We've all heard the conjecture. But is there any definitive evidence of that? Does staff know? Any staff know?
Well, definitive meaning a global answer. I don't think that we could say yes or no to that. There's some studies that show that less bids come in when a PLA is required, simply because the non-union shops just say, I'm going somewhere else. There's other studies that show that You might even get more bids, or you might even get a better price. There's arguments made that the workers that come through the union are just better qualified, get the job done faster. There's other arguments to be made that, if you have a PLA, you're going to end up spending more money because you're paying, union wages, which might be higher than prevailing, or you're having to pay union benefits. So I hesitate to say there's a definitive answer one way or the other to what the result would be for Morro Bay if we entered into a PLA for the project.
And on the $45,000 to $90,000, I calculated that out as about 0.0003% of the total project cost to maybe 0.00075% of the total project cost. Would staff agree that the cost, in comparison, that the total cost is far less than 1% of the total project? Like that increase would be far less than 1%?
Not a math major, but that sounds about right. Less than 1%, right, Rob?
Like far less, it seems like.
Seems to, but I get in trouble when I do math. In
I do
public.
too, that's my math. I'm just thinking 90,000 on a $120 million project.
It's less than 1.
We're talking far
The
less than
answer's yes.
1%.
Yeah, see, there, math guy.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Okay. And then, let's see. Sorry, I have to find the rest of these questions. And just, I think staff already answered this, but you've been told by local labor that they believe they could supply the laborers. Is that correct? Like, I know there's some concern around, is there enough labor to even do enough projects, all the projects that are needed in San Luis Obispo, but what have you, could you remind me what you were told?
Well, in discussion with David Baldwin, he assured me that they could deliver on 30%, and that in a lot of ways the apprenticeship would be one of the key areas of achieving that. Of course, that's his word, and we're all new to this. At least our staff is and council. So we're so in some respects going into this blindly. And some of the questions, really pertinent questions, we're unable to answer because we don't know. The city of Santa Barbara has recently done a study on available labor, local labor. They've probably spent a significant amount of money to determine what that looks like. We don't necessarily have that. So in a lot of respects, we're able to kind of give you step back and kind of look at the research and what's out there, kind of the basic pros and cons. But to get down into the nitty gritties, it's hard to do.
Is there a sense that CWAs can encourage the growth of a local labor force? Because there's an expectation that there will be a need for labor?
I mean, I think back to what Mr. Baldwin said, is that knowing that there is a project that would have some a union connection to it or labor connection to it, that they would do their best to encourage and do outreach, for an awareness side. And again, that gets back to what's able to be done and what can and can't be required. It's really the good faith effort. So, that's, again, where it comes down to the rigor side. The city and our project managers don't necessarily have the experience in doing that outreach, whereas union halls do. But there's, the flip side of that is now you're looking at unions versus non-union labor and just all the dynamics that come into play into that.
But a CWA doesn't prevent non-union labor. I thought you said there were ways to have non-union labor.
Yeah, that's negotiated. So, whether or not we can get there in negotiation would remain to be seen.
But if it was council's direction to move forward with a CWA with the intent of allowing some non-union labor, that's a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the question is whether we can come back and deliver that, on the council's goals, right? And that's why it's a multi-step process. If this is something that council is interested in, you give us the overarching goals and maybe specific goals, then we go to the table and see what we can get, right? And then come back with what we can get, and on both sides. And there's obviously compromise in any negotiation, certainly.
And then on the timeline, I heard two things. One, 3 to 4 months to if we were to go with a CWA, and the other was this won't affect the timeline for the water reclamation project. And I asked that because keeping the timeline tight is one way to keep costs down.
Correct. Yes. I mean, if we went through to a CWA, I can't guarantee we'll be back here in 3 to 4 months. That's just from recent experience of other agencies, what it took. It's maybe in some respects good not to be the first. Maybe it won't take quite as long. I guess a lot of it depends on the goals that are established here and the tough points of a negotiation, what may determine the length of the process. But
for the
overall
overall project?
Our overall view of the two components that would be,
Yeah.
we're talking about it, we don't believe at this point, even if you added that into it, that it would somehow delay when we would intend to go to bid, if that makes sense. There's enough time left in the design piece that we can move those concurrently to the.
So we're not looking at a 3 to 4 month delay on the overall wharf project?
Correct.
Okay.
Not because of this, no.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Don.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Sure. Maybe we could bring up the project manager from Filance, who represents the construction company, which is a union shop that is working on the wharf. I think he has some insight to add to this discussion for a couple of minutes of maybe answer some questions that folks have had to clarify some of staff's comments.
Yeah, I do have a tremendous amount of public comment, but, so, yeah, okay, for 3 minutes, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
If you have questions. Please introduce yourself. And
Gary Silverman from Filance Construction.
Right.
Part of our team.
Got it.
Good evening, Mr.
Thank
Mayor
you.
and council. I thought I'd come up to help maybe add something to the questioning, because we're also part of this equation. We were selected, I'm part of the Filance Black & Veatch team that was selected in 2018 as a design builder for the main wharf project, and we've been under contract since November of last year and looking to start construction soon. So we're looking at labor issues for that work. Filance is going to self-perform the lion's share of the work, so we will need a lot of people to work on the job. We're based in San Diego County, but we're not going to drag a lot of people from that area to here. We have an interest, and really that's the way we would have to do it, is to find local support, local labor to do this work. So, I mean, it's not just because that's the council's interest, and I certainly understand it and support it. It's just the practical nature of it. So how you define local, I don't know. It's certainly more local than San Diego is what we'll be looking to do. So, so we're willing to talk further about, how to also meet the spirit of what you're looking to do. But, a PLA is so as Mr. Leivik mentioned, we are a union contractor. We are signatory to the carpenters and laborers and cement masons. We have an electrician subcontractor who is also a union electrician and local for that matter. So we will look to hire a union workforce, and we'll look to the labor halls or the union halls to supply a lot of that workforce. So I think we've been able to do our work primarily without needing to be part of PLAs. It's not something that we prefer to do, honestly. So just a simple perspective there that, answer a few questions if you'd like, but, for that actually major part of the project, we would look to hire as many local people as we can. So.
Yes.
To clarify, Filance Black & Veatch is working on the plant.
Yes.
And would not be bidding on the portion of the project that we're talking about for the possible CWA. So you're talking about, you're trying to hire workers for the plant.
Yes.
And that contract's already done. We're not going back to that contract, correct?
I suppose it wouldn't preclude us from bidding on the other work, but I don't expect that we will.
You don't see I think we're talking about two different parts of the project, correct?
No, but it's right. It's two different parts of the project, but I think you're interested in local support for work in Morro Bay, and so that's that part of it. So.
Okay. The questions? No. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Sure. All right. With that, I do have 24 speaker slips. Is there anybody that hasn't filled the speaker slip out that wants to speak? If so, I'm going to ask this time that you do fill it out because it's going to make it easier for me. That's why. So, for us, yes, you're right, absolutely, for all of us. So I'm going to call it in order now. I will say this, you do have 3 minutes, but if you don't need 3 minutes, say what you need to say in less than that, that would be great. If you have somebody that has signed up that wants to say the exact same thing, stand behind you and wave their hand. That's great. We could save time that way too, but I don't want to stifle public comment. So with that, we'll begin. First up is Amber Aviles, and I apologize if I got it wrong, but am I close? Aviles? Thank you. Close. Closer, maybe. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Heading and members of the Morro Bay City Council. My name is Amber Aviles, and I'm here on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of California. We come before you to speak about your interest in the project labor agreement. AGC represents over 1,000 open shop and union signatory members from nearly every county in California. Our contractors work on projects valued from under $100,000 to over $100 billion. Our organization is committed to helping local governments deliver high-quality, on-time, and on-budget projects for the residents that don't compromise design or safety. We ask that you vote against the PLA, but if it passes, on behalf of our contractor members, we ask that the council consider the following. Invite contractors to the table to assist city staff when crafting terms of the PLA. It is a contractor that will implement and be held to the terms and conditions listed in the agreement and the contractor who is responsible to deliver on the project. Having contractors at the table will help mitigate unforeseen issues to allow for all contractors to comply and compete. Do not include a zip code specific requirement as part of the local hire provision. While there is great value in hiring from a local community on projects, zip code specific local hire requirements can create problems for contractors and union halls to comply. We encourage a local approach that starts off with municipalities and then moves up to a regional area. Exempt employees not formally part of a union from paying union dues. Dues that are paid with no expected benefit to those employees can create an uneven playing field against open shop contractors and their employees. And exempt certified small local disadvantaged and veteran-owned subcontractors from the agreement. As an industry partner, we are proud of our tradition of negotiating agreements that honor our workforce and meet the needs of public owners. Our members would be happy to meet with staff and members of the council to help ensure this agreement is fair and equitable to the entire contractor community, if you vote to support a PLA. On behalf of AGC and our over 1,000 members, we thank you for your time and efforts on this issue and look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, Amber. Next up is Aaron Oakes, and then if you line up after Aaron would be Fred Pothast. Aaron, welcome.
Good evening, members of the council and staff. My name is Aaron Oakes of Morro Bay. In theory, I am in support of a community workforce agreement. I think we really need to bring to the table local hirees, and that includes union and non-union. I also believe that we need to have more competition. But at the same time, I recognize that there isn't a lot of data available of successful CWAs or project labor agreements, and I'm a little concerned about that. So based on the conversations that council and staff had tonight, I'm more inclined to support option 2 because there isn't a lot of data available to move forward with such an agreement. And at the same time, though, I support what the city of SLO is doing with the tiers of local labor going out from the municipality outward. I think that's really beneficial. I don't necessarily agree with the zip code tier And it just strikes me as just a little concerning to me that we really don't have a complete idea of how much it's going to cost for negotiations. We heard about like around 45 to 90,000. But to Councilwoman Addis's point, that is way less than 1% of the project cost. But there's still a lot on the line as far as negotiation. And so I almost feel more comfortable if we go forward with option 2 and just to kick it back to the subcommittee to elaborate on what it takes to be local, what those parameters are, unless we can hammer that out tonight. But I just want to make sure that the city is protected, and while also recognizing that our local hirees are extremely qualified to handle the workload for the WRF. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next up is Fred Pothast, and then after that, Mayor Heidi Harmon. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Fred Pothast, and I live in Cayucas. I'm the managing principal of Earth Systems San Luis Obispo office. We provide geotechnical engineering and special inspection services for construction projects. If the council directs staff to initiate negotiations with local labor representatives to develop a community workforce agreement for various components of the upcoming water reclamation facility project, we urge you to not include professional inspection, geotechnical inspections, and special inspection and testing services as part of the agreement. Earth Systems is a local San Luis Obispo-based firm, and we are currently providing consulting engineering services for the facility site itself. We want to be a part of every aspect of this project. However, we will not be able to sign on to a CWA if it includes professional inspection, geotechnical inspections, and special inspection and testing services. As with all municipal projects, we assume the City Council desires this project to be constructed with maximum use of local labor in a professional and cost-effective manner. In our opinion, inclusion of our services into a CWA will go against these goals for a couple of reasons. Local labor, at least in our case, 100% of Earth Systems employees that can serve this project, including our corporate headquarters, live in San Luis Obispo or northern Santa Barbara County. Typical terms of a CWA would allow inspectors to come from beyond the Central Coast, maybe as far away as Ventura County. This will reduce local labor from the 100% goal that we've already achieved. Charges from an inspector from Ventura County would not be similar compared to personnel from a local firm. Independence. In part, Section 1703.1.1 of the California Building Code states that an approved testing and inspection agency shall be independent from the contractor responsible for the work being tested. A CWA that includes testing and inspection services would mean that the inspectors would be provided by the union, at least partially, and that same union performing the work. We feel this is not independent, and it conflicts with the California Building Code. If a CWA is to be considered, we urge the City Council and staff to contact other local San Luis Obispo County professional inspection and testing firms to see if they would be willing to sign on to a CWA. I think you'll find that answer is no. We also urge you to contact members of the City of San Luis Obispo and the South San Luis Obispo County Sanitation District regarding their recent decisions to exclude professional inspection and testing services as part of their CWAs that are either been approved or are being considered for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Mayor Harmon, and then after that, Joe Fitzer. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you so much. This is my first time speaking at a city council meeting other than my own, so thank you for having me. I appreciate it. My name is Heidi Harmon. I am a resident of San Luis Obispo and also the mayor, and I thought that it might be helpful for me to just come and share a little bit about why and how we came to our decision, and it was a unanimous decision to adopt a project labor agreement on a very similar project in San Luis Obispo. So recently our community came together and we worked with the council and the community and the building trades to adopt a project labor agreement for the water resource recovery facility. The PLA requires that the majority of jobs from the project go to local working people, and it defines the specific community benefits that will be created for our community. The success of this agreement is vital because the wharf is the largest project that we have ever undertaken in the city of San Luis Obispo. And just want to also note that we decided to go forward with this under the very important lens of fiscal responsibility that is one of our major city goals in San Luis Obispo. PLAs like the one in San Luis Obispo have negotiated and be designed to address a wide range of local community needs, and they ensure that qualified local community construction companies and workers are used through a local hire agreement. Local hire provision is extremely important because it will guarantee that local workers receive the jobs that are created by the project and that our community benefits from the very important multiplier effect of local tax dollars being spent hiring local workers who then spend and reinvest those dollars locally at stores and businesses throughout our community. Additionally, cities like San Luis Obispo are using PLAs to provide opportunities for historically disadvantaged workers and businesses. Working together, cities, unions, contractors, and community groups have created and funded innovative pre-apprenticeship programs to help community members develop the skills they need to enter the job market and start their careers. And I just want to highlight, I think you're going to hear from someone coming up who's going to be speaking for himself, Berkeley Blake, who was a young man and now is my age, a graduate of San Luis High School, who you will hear from him personally, how much the union specifically and especially their apprentice programs have helped him. So this is not just about local hire, this is about all of the things that the unions bring to our communities. And I just want to close by saying how important it is that we consider these types of programs with the impending closure of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, right? Communities like ours throughout this county, we're working regionally, right, to pursue every opportunity to develop local economic strategies, to develop and retain head of household jobs with benefits and secure retirements. And the economic benefits to a local community that utilizes a PLA are compelling and should not be overlooked. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe Fitzer, wave, no clapping, please. Wave. Joe Fitzer, followed by Pat Holloway.
Hello, my name is Joe Fitzer. I'm the training director for the San Luis Obispo Electrical Apprenticeship Program. I just wanted to talk on the importance of CWAs for local hire. We have 37 pre-apprentices and 40 apprentices who depend on jobs being created in this county. This school year, we accepted 12 first-year apprentices. Usually we accept anywhere between 5 and 8. We were able to take more apprentices due to the slow water resource facility project, CWA. Having that CWA, we can employ more electrical apprentices than usual. Apprenticeship is a path to a good career and a living wage. Local hire CWAs ensure that our money stays local. And just a side note, 4 of our most recent graduates are also graduates of Morro Bay High School. So is my wife. I'm for local hire. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Pat Holloway, followed by Richard Griffith. Welcome.
Evening, Council. Mr. Mayor, sir. I am from Morro Bay. My son goes to school here, and we do call Morro Bay home. I'm going to give you a couple scenarios how this does benefit contractors. I started this profession behind the broom. Wasn't too long before I got promoted to the shovel, and now I'm lucky to be a project manager. When these projects go to bid, especially from non-union or union, we're going to pay prevailing wage regardless. So one scenario is for electricians. You're going to pay, state law says if a guy takes off a base panel off of a receptacle, he needs to be an electrician. That electrician is going to be paid prevailing wage. The contractors have an opportunity to use the apprenticeship program. Mr. Mayor, you touched up on it just a little bit as far as the classifications. The carpenters and electricians, other trades have these classifications. So if the contractors that are bidding this job and they use those classifications to their benefit, overall cost can be lower for the entire project. Because you're not going to pay a full electrician wage, a journeyman electrician, to take off that face panel, that faceplate. You're going to pay an apprentice, probably a 1-year apprentice, that is going to be probably a third of the cost of the actual electrician needed to do that same faceplate. And it works out with the other trades as well. Framing, cleaning up, stacking, pulling boxes, basically job site organization. Project management, that's going to be cost the same regardless. You're going to get hopefully the same experience that you do paying the same wage that we would for that same position. So I do ask you, thank you for consideration, but please, local hire definitely helps people that live here. So thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate that. Next up is Joe Gibson, followed, pardon me? Oh, Richard, I'm sorry. I went ahead. I went too fast, didn't I? Richard Griffith, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then
Mayor-
Joe Gibson.
Okay, yeah. Mayor and council, my name is Richard Griffith. I'm the coordinator for the Southern California Cement Masons Apprenticeship Program. I work with the apprentices here in San Luis Obispo, and the biggest complaint is there's no local jobs here. That a lot of my apprentices who live in Morro Bay and San Luis Obispo, they have to drive 3-4 hours for a job. So the whole thing is for me as the coordinator is that we need to have more local jobs up here in Morro Bay and San Luis Obispo so the apprentices are able to do their thing. And back to apprenticeship, is like the gentleman in front of me is like for cement masons, first period starts at 60% of a journeyman. So that 60% brings down the cost of the job site. And our apprenticeship program for the cement masons is a 4-year program, and our main job is to teach health and safety. So the whole thing is for me as a coordinator and for the instructors of the cement masons is to teach health and safety, that they're the safest and the best cement masons on the job site. So they're taking time out of their life to come to our apprenticeship school to be the best cement mason. So there's a lot of benefits to it. And I agree with everybody else in front of me. And it's been an interesting night. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next up is Joe Gibson, followed by Larry Murphy. Murphy.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Joe Gibson. I'm a resident from Los Osos. I've lived there for 3 years. Prior to that, I was resident of Morro Bay for 9 years. Frankly, I moved to Los Osos because I got priced out of Morro Bay. I think, even though my story is anecdotal, I think it's probably pretty common. I have a family, a dual-income family, a 5-year-old daughter who will be going to Morro Bay High School at one day. I rise in support of option A or option 1, the PLA or the CWA, because we need to do something new here. Working families can't afford to live here anymore. They're slowly leaving. We need to keep work local. We need to try things to keep work local. We already heard that we're not sure exactly what would be the lowest cost long-term if we could keep labor local, regardless of which option we choose. But doing the same thing isn't working. We also know, as Mayor Harmon pointed out, that we are going to have lowering tax revenues soon with the closure of Diablo. There will be other projects. Entering into negotiations, as Councilwoman Addis pointed out, is a minimal cost, but there's potential upside. As a resident of Los Osos, we had a huge recent public works project that had lots of logistical overruns, lots of litigation, cost overruns that the taxpayers, myself included in Los Osos, bear the brunt of. We have potential upside in entering into a PLA, into a CWA that could lower the end cost, and I think it's beneficial for the community to give something new a try, and hopefully it will benefit in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Larry Murphy. Murray, sorry. And after that, Julie Zafratos. Close, I hope. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Larry Murray. I'm the former president of Pipe Fitters, Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 403 in San Luis Obispo. I retired about 3 years ago after 40 years in the trade. A lot of that time was spent working away from home. And my wife and I raised 2 kids. And most of the time, I was on the road trying to make a living and send the money home to my family. And everyone knows pretty much the way the work is in San Luis Obispo County, especially back over the last 35, 40 years. Diablo Canyon was the bread and butter for everybody, but now it's going away. And we really need to think about local jobs for the local people. And by doing this, excuse me, by having this local hire, I think that we can really help the local economy and the local people to support their families and not have to do what I had to do to raise my family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. Next up is Julie Zefaratos. I know, I tried better the second time, I hope. And then David Baldwin. Welcome, Julie.
Thank you very much. You did pretty well, Zaparatos. I just wanted to say, I let you know where I come from. I lived here for 3 years. I moved out of Morro Bay last summer to San Luis Obispo. I am the recording secretary for the San Luis Obispo County Democratic Party, and we've recently endorsed the Green New Deal. And we also I want to commend the Honorable Mayor and the members of this City Council for your work in putting this project together. It's been a long piece of work. It's very important for the future of this community, and you've done really hard and good work. And so I wanted to just thank you for that. I think that the 80% reclamation is really important for the protection of the groundwater, and I think that the mitigation of sea level rise is really important. And so I just wanted to thank you for looking so carefully at all the issues when it comes to that. Another really vital part of the Green New Deal is protecting labor, protecting workers, protecting local jobs. And so that is the part that I want to argue for. I'm also a member of the SLO Progressives, and we have made project labor agreements, community workforce agreements with a local hire provision, something that we want to fight for. I'd like to see every city in our county have one of these community workforce agreements that just goes for all the projects, so you don't have to do it over and over. But this is the biggest thing you're going to do, or have done recently, and likely in this decade, it's going to be the biggest project. People have already spoken to supporting youth and the apprentice programs, so I won't go into detail on that, but I do think it's key. I have a number of young cousins that my family is from here and that have had to move out of the area in order to find work. I think that these 4 Morro Bay High School graduates who are in the IBEW apprentice program that have now, become apprentices, I would love to see them find local work and be able to raise their families and stay near their family. Next, the local workers here pay taxes, they pay local rents, they shop in local stores, and they patronize local restaurants. So when you're spending the tax and ratepayer money, you're giving it back to yourselves. And that is something that is critical. Lastly, the issue of safety and a job well done. I have worked with union workers. The thing that you have to remember about union workers is they know what they're doing.
Thank you, Julie.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to say
Next up
union
is-
workers do a great job, and so that's who you should be looking
Thank you.
for.
David Baldwin, followed by Berkeley Blake. Welcome, David.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm David Baldwin. I'm a local resident here in the county for my whole life. Born and raised here. Went to Morro Bay High School. When I was at Morro Bay High School, I had the good fortune of getting enrolled in a trade union apprenticeship program. And I've been able to make my living here in the county for 34 years since then. I'm really proud of the training that I got there and that it's enabled me to stay in the community that I love for my whole career. I'm here to strongly urge you to support a local hire community workforce agreement. I've read some of the comments and items posted on this agenda item online, and so given that some of the speakers have already mentioned a lot of comments I plan to mention, I think I'll try to address a few of those misconceptions. And I'll reference the San Luis Obispo WRF CWA since it's most similar and was recently negotiated. First of all, the CWA is not limited to union contractors. So the agreement, in these agreements, no one is excluded from bidding or working on the project. Union and non-union contractors alike bid and win bids and work on these community workforce agreement projects up and down the state. And what we tend to find is that at the end of the day, it's a mix of both traditionally union and non-union employers that win the bids and work on these projects. Second, the city maintains its right to award the work to the successful bidder under one of these agreements, regardless of union affiliation. And additionally, non-union workers are not excluded since the CWA strictly prohibits hiring workers based on union affiliation. This is also contained in the Public Contract Code, Section 2500. Will contractors be forced to hire workers that they don't deem qualified? No. Under one of these agreements, the employer retains the right as to the competency of the workers, which includes the right to reject any worker preferred or referred by a local union for any reason. I've also read that some employers say that their workers will never vest in union-affiliated pension or health plans. Right now, tens of thousands of workers in Southern California draw a pension check every month from a union-affiliated pension plan. Billions of dollars are held in these plans. And from these plans, I think that's proof enough of their worth. Vesting schedules for these plans are no more stringent than the private plans, and the vesting is governed by federal law. And lastly, I just want to say before I run out of time here that no money from a union-affiliated pension or health plan ever flows to a union. These benefits for these plans are held in trust by both employers and union trustees, and they are held for the exclusive benefit of the participants.
Thank you, David. Next up is Berkeley Blake, followed by Sean Perry. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Heading, City Council members, team leaders. I feel privileged to be right here. I'm born and raised San Luis. I went to San Luis High, so don't disregard what I have to say based on that. I grew up surfing the Rock, north side. I go to church at the Rock on Easter service. I go to church here in Morro Bay. My mom lives here. My sister lives here. It goes on and on and on. But I struck gold with local hire. I really did. After I graduated high school, it was up and down, up and down, up and down, trying to make $10 an hour, $15 an hour. I barely could make ends meet, and sometimes, through my inability to capitalize on anything else, I would become desperate and do other things to circumnavigate that system. And I got, as a result of those bad decisions, I was a product of the system, and I cost taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars to house me, hundreds of thousands. And here I am, local hire, they call me the apprentice. I recently graduated training. I'm a journeyman electrician because of local hire, because I was given that opportunity. No, the non-union local companies weren't hiring me because of my past. But the IBEW gave me that shot, even though I'm well over my 20s and 30s, but they still gave me that shot because they saw that I had it in me to do that. And because there's so many things to say, but because of local hire, I can live here. I could give back to the community. I've worked at Morro Bay High School, and I like going to work at Morro Bay High School. I have pride when I do that. If I went to Bakersfield High School, I wouldn't have that same amount of pride. But when I go to Morro Bay High, I put every bit of effort I can into that. I'm working at the Octagon Barn every day. is full of pride there, you know? It's part of San Luis history. The union taught me pride. Another thing is safety. You know, when I went to local hire, I was immediately put in OSHA 10, OSHA 30 after that, you know? So safety is first and foremost as an apprentice, you know, as an apprentice becomes a journeyman, you know, we're taught to be safe, you know? And I live on Highway 1, you know, I rent it from the Maninis on the ranch next to the CMC, and, you know, I get to give back by paying rent, by coming to Morro Bay to eat at the Harbor Hut, by coming to Morro Bay to see the lighted boat parade. I get to give back today. And the people that could possibly come down here from other, you know, communities won't be able to give back like I can give back. I give back with my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sean Perry, followed by Homer Alexander. Welcome, Sean.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Sean Perry, and I am the Membership Development Coordinator for the IBEW in San Luis Obispo. My job is outreach every day, looking for the next generation of electrical workers, and it's really dictated on how much work there is in this community. These pre-job agreements are so designed to facilitate complex construction projects such as this water reclamation project. Literally hundreds of projects throughout our state attest to the benefit that these agreements bring to the local economy. The structure exists there. It's tried and true for inspection for all to see. It is true that this project, like all public works projects, will be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder, regardless of whether or not this agreement is in place, regardless or not if it's union or not. The agreement does not add any real cost to the project. It only ensures local workers are employed. This agreement does guarantee continuity of work. It does guarantee higher productivity because of the education and training that is gained through the IBEW apprenticeship program. And you guys deserve this on your projects. You deserve it to have these guys working on your project. It does guarantee that the tax base stays local, reverberating all throughout this city and its businesses. Compliance and oversight is built into the agreement. I'm sorry to say you cannot oversee good faith effort. You can't oversee that. Federal law already mandates non-discriminatory dispatching of workers. That law already exists. In fact, I did it this week. It's what I do every week. I hired a non-union journeyman electrician to work on a public works project. I do it all the time. Public works dictate the payment of prevailing wage so that every worker is treated equally. So in short, this local hire agreement ensures that local workers will be guaranteed by you to work on this project and not left to chance. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next up is Homer Alexander, followed by Lee Cushman. Welcome, Homer.
My name's Homer Alexander. I'm a Morro Bay utility ratepayer. I'm speaking because I am concerned that a community workforce agreement would create unnecessary costs that would take away funding for other water and sewer projects that were outlined in the One Water Plan. I have a couple questions and some comments. Will the individual unions have provisions for shift differential pay that will make the night work on Quintana so expensive that the city will choose to do less of it? If a CWA is included, who's going to pay for the community workforce coordinator? A couple comments. As you know, prevailing wage and union wage are the same. What affects the costs are the union's job classifications and work rules. As stated in the staff report and slide presentation, the unions might require a higher skill level and therefore a higher pay rate to perform a task where a non-union contractor would utilize a lower skilled and lower paid employee for the same task. The construction projects at Cuesta and San Luis Coastal Unified School District that were funded by Measure L and D do not include a community first workforce agreement or a PLA. The previous city council voted to use design, bid, build versus design, build process for the conveyance system. At that meeting, when Mr. Lavick discussed the reason for not using design, build, he explained to the council that it was to allow local contractors the opportunity to bid. As you have been told, a number of San Luis Obispo contractors will not bid on projects when the project includes provisions to hire employees from union halls. An RFP that includes a community workforce agreement will result in fewer bid responses, which will lead to higher project costs. In closing, I want to remind you of an old Mideastern proverb. If a camel is allowed to stick his nose under the tent, it could lead to unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Lee Cushman, followed by Skip. Followed by Skip. Skip, I can't read your last name. Sorich, maybe? Sorry. Followed by Skip Sorich. Welcome, Lee.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lee Cushman. I'm with Cushman Contracting. We've been in business for 50 years. We've been building water and wastewater plants for 30. In the last 6 years or so, we've done the plant in Napomo, the plant at Paso Robles water plant, the plant at Paso Robles wastewater plant, and now we're working out at Cayucas. We're from Goleta. We have an office and a yard in Paso Robles. We have several employees that are local. Something to note, on all of those jobs, we use union electricians. All these folks from the IBEW should be proud of us. We're a non-union shop. I want to talk to you about two things. Your costs. Your costs are going to go up if you implement a PLA. The reasons why, I can tell you. There was 4 bidders on the Cayucas project. All 4 were non-union. We were non-union, we were low, we got the job. 5 of our subcontractors were non-union out of 11. The other remainder were union. We have that ability to do that, and a union contractor does not have that ability to hire non-union subcontractors. One of which subcontractors is very local. David Cry Construction is a local contractor. We hired him. The union contractors won't be able to do that. With lack of competition, your costs are going to go up. That's elementary. The reason we can't do PLAs is because our employees choose not to be in the union. It's a choice. There's some good stories here from the union. We have some good people who work for us. It's a choice. They could go to work for the union anytime they want. The reason we can't bid it, it's been discussed here tonight, the reason we can't bid a PLA. Core workforce. We can't look our employees in the eye and say, you've worked for us for 15, 10 years, 20 years. Sorry, you're only going to be left behind on this job because we have to employ a union employee. There's nothing against that union employee, but we just can't do it to our employees. The other reason that we can't bid a PLA is because the benefit program. It's been discussed a little bit here, but the benefits that we have to force our employees to go to the union, and the union, we have to pay our union benefits to the union versus paying them directly to our employees. Our employees have a pension plan and a health plan. You could imagine the problems if one of our employees goes and works for the union for a month and then comes back and works for us for a month. As we need to move him off and on a job, his health care would be completely screwed up, and he wouldn't have time, or he wouldn't have money. I'm looking at my clock here. I'm running out of time. Same thing with pension. This pension's even worse. The unions have vesting programs in their pension plans. We do not. We give it to the guy. Every hour he works, the money is his. He gets to invest it. The unions have pension vesting programs. So he would have to work for the union for 4 years just to get his money back. That's not right. So we can't do that to our employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Skip Sorich, and followed by Steve Rarig. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City Attorney, City Manager, Skip Sorich. Living here in Morro Bay for about 5 years now. On behalf of the contractors and residents of Morro Bay, I'd like to ask a couple questions. Who is the initiator of the project labor agreement, or the CWA, for Morro Bay? Second, I think I've heard some reasons, but what was the reason behind the PLA for Morro Bay? On behalf of the non-union contractors, which are part of the free enterprise system that is used every day, I feel that a PLA or a CWA could establish and set precedents which would, in my view, be a form of segregation and discrimination of non-union contractors and union contractors. When public funds are used for city projects, be set forth that all contractors should be allowed in the bidding process. This goes for both non-union contractors and union contractor members. I would like to thank you for your time tonight and would like to see a PLA be postponed and not be adopted as this method of operation for the city of Morro Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Steve Rarig, followed by Charles Varney. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Steve Rarig. I'm president of Rarig Construction, Cayucas, California. Local building, general contractor, been in business 35 years. We built your fire station, your library, your fisherman's boatyard and storage facility. And in 1970s, we worked on Morro Bay High School. None of those projects were required to have PLAs. Rarig's a non-union contractor. Our employees elect not to be in the union. I have nothing against union contractors. We work with them all the time. We hire them on projects if they're low and have a competitive bid. But in your case, you're asking me, you're discriminating against me, my company, and my 35 employees that we have to join the union to bid on your work. I just don't think that's fair, number one. And number two, our employees don't really want to be in the union. If they did, they wouldn't be working for Rarig for 35 years. So that's the key right there. Secondly, in your staff report, and I've heard some misconception here today, that the cost will be $45,000 to $90,000 more. That's just for the negotiation of the agreement. That has nothing to do with the construction cost. So I think people are understanding that, Rod. I mean, that's for the negotiation, and that's low. From what I've seen with San Luis Obispo and their CWA, that agreement cost a lot more than $90,000. They had 3 bidders on that treatment plant, all out of town, none of them local. So if we're talking about local hire, I'm not so sure you want to go with this PLA CWA. Finally, I've got to tell you, if you do decide to go with a PLA or a CWA, Rarig Construction will not be bidding on your project. So thanks for listening. I do appreciate every one of you responded to my emails. A couple of you met with me, and I do appreciate your interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Charles Varney, followed by Jake Schmidt.
Good evening. My name is Charles Varney. I live in Oceano, and I took 5 hours out of my day because this is really important to me. I fully support a community workforce agreement because I think that's the only way that you can guarantee that locals will be hired on these projects. And listening to what was said here tonight, option 2, where there's like, yeah, we suggest you hire locals, there's no agreement. And we already heard from a contractor earlier tonight who said, no, I'm not a union shop and I won't hire union people. The union, the community workforce agreement says, yes, we'll hire union labor and we'll hire non-union labor, and any qualified electrician or pipe fitter can come and join the union for that job period. So there's a lot of flexibility and there are a lot of options and there's a lot more inclusion. When you have a community workforce agreement, you're investing in your community, you're recycling that money. A number of people have pointed that out. So it costs $40,000, you're going to get millions of dollars back into this community. After 2020, when we have a new administration in Washington that understands the climate crisis is real, there's going to be billions of dollars spent on public infrastructure projects. This is your maybe first time out of this slot. You've already said that you want to prioritize local hires. The CWA is the way to do this and to guarantee it and to get some experience under your belt, because there's going to be millions of dollars coming down the pipe. I shared with Councilmember Addis this estimate on the cost to build the breakwater to protect Morro Bay from sea level rise. I think it's about $130 million. We're looking for the Green New Deal to be helping local communities with those costs and looking for community workforce agreements. I encourage you to take that step forward this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Jake Schmidt, followed by Jennifer Pitcher.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for hearing us out today. My name is Jake Schmidt. I work with Rare Construction, recently hired here. And I've called Morro Bay my home my whole life. I also was taken away for a little while to build in Phoenix, and then I just got brought back by Steve because he knew I was trying to come back home. And as there's more economic things going on here that are getting built. I've started at the bottom, and I'm now superintendent, so I'm managing subs that are both union and non-union day to day on multi-million-dollar projects, and luckily my abilities and work ethic has put me farther ahead than just a seniority status within. I know a lot of the ways that the unions work is you get promoted by seniority. What I really want you guys to hear is, or hear from me is this agreement would take away our employer's right to pay commensurate with an employee's abilities and work ethic. And that's a really big thing to me, is because I'm looking for my subs to be efficient and get things done on time, and a lot of times the system just doesn't work like that. There's also very few protections legally offered by unions that the legal system hasn't already secured for us now. And I mean, we live in California with the highest minimum wage of any state, and there's a lot of jobs that match that pay value and that skill level, and those should be still offered. More and more I'm seeing people, my peers and people in my generation, have less and less of a reason to join these unions, and their services are just not worth the cost over time, and you have to work for them for certain years and all this stuff that people my age are jumping around all the time. There's basically, to conclude, I plead that you do not set the precedent for the responsibilities of our local government to protect the labor unions at our taxpayers' cost. Because I agree with what everybody else is saying about the ridiculous amount that the bid goes up and up and up when you start putting more and more red tape around everything and you start involving more people. And I think we should let the market decide, like it has done pretty well for the last 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jennifer Pitcher, and followed by Cordelia Perry.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Jennifer Pitcher, representing the Associated Builders and Contractors of Central California. And I believe you received written comments from our president, Laura Bonds, earlier this week. We would like to express our opposition to the proposed Project Labor Agreement, or CWA, on your agenda this evening. Our organization is opposed to PLAs because they are highly discriminatory, they lead to increased costs, and they do not achieve local hire, as proponents argue. PLAs discriminate against 83% of the California construction workforce that are non-union. PLAs are schemes that are implemented by labor unions to prevent local workers who are not members of a labor union from working on local projects in favor of union labor. Locally, the Central Coast has more than enough local contractors and skilled workers that are capable of bidding and delivering this project without a PLA. We would urge your council to perform a study to see if you even have a problem hiring local workforce. Without this baseline data, you are looking at a sweeping policy change that adds costs with no guarantee of local workforce benefits. Because PLAs discriminate, many non-union companies will not bid on projects with PLAs, as you have heard. This leads to higher prices to the taxpayer. In fact, many studies have shown that PLAs raise the cost of projects by 13 to 15%. These discriminatory agreements have four things in common. One, They require contractors to run all labor through the union hall and prevent a contractor from using his or her own workforce. 2, when a non-union contractor is required to use union labor, it forces the contractor to invite workers onto the job site who may not be familiar with the contractor's safety protocols and processes. 3, it requires contractors to pay into union health and retirement plans for non-union workers. This means the contractor is often paying double the health benefits and retirement contributions when employees will never benefit from the benefits under the union. And 4, it prevents other apprenticeship programs from dispatching apprentices to the work site, even if the contractor is already affiliated with apprenticeship programs. ABC also has an accredited apprenticeship program that we are very proud of. So we strongly urge your council to reject this proposal, and we look forward to working with the city to ensure access for all workers on construction projects in Morro Bay, not just union workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cordelia Perry, followed by Heather Gray.
Good evening. I am Cordelia Perry, and I am the Executive Director for the San Luis Obispo County Builders Exchange. I am here representing our 500 licensed local contractors and their firms. We represent both union and non-union licensed contractors. Attaching a PLA drives up cost, limits bidding, and the local non-union contractors will not bid on your project due to the added cost that they will have to endure just with the fringe benefit programs alone. They end up paying twice. They maintain theirs that they have for their employees, but they must also pay into the union, and those employees will never receive those benefits. Implementing the PLA will also add admin cost, as you've already discussed tonight, in the tune of $90,000. You have a fiduciary responsibility to take care of taxpayers' dollars, and wasting it on this PLA is not very sound business. All contractors bidding and working on public works projects have to be qualified to work on your project and are all paid according to state of California prevailing wage classifications. If anyone tries to lie or cheat, the DIR will catch them and will fine them in the tune of $30,000 or $40,000, so it's not worth their time to cheat on the classifications. And they are not going to cost you $90,000 to implement that. That's something the state of California does. We are asking you to vote no on the proposed PLA or CWA, whichever the words you wish to use. And 95% of the local constituents here in San Luis Obispo County are non-union. So consider your local hire. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Heather Gray, followed by Eric Christian.
Hi there. Good evening. Thank you for presenting an opportunity to talk about this. My name is Heather Gray, and I'm the president of the Democrats of San Luis Obispo. We wrote a resolution to help support the PLAs within the San Luis Obispo city that you've heard a ton about tonight. I also worked as a coordinator for the Central Coast Labor Council. Let's see. So I'm here to speak in favor of beginning negotiations of a community workforce agreement to ensure local hire for this important local project. Community workforce agreements can happen in a variety of ways, and currently, because there isn't an agreement within Morro Bay regarding this is just the beginning of that conversation. I'm going to shorten a couple things because people have already spoken on it, but I wanted to mention because it can go a bunch of different ways. A lot of people have been talking about discrimination, and within San Luis Obispo City, in Section 3.4 of that agreement of the non-discrimination in referral, employment, and contracting, it says, the unions and contractors agree that they will not discriminate against any employee or applicant for employment in hiring and dispatching on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, gender, national origin, age, membership in a labor organization, sexual orientation, political affiliation, marital status, or disability. So you do have the choice as this body working collectively with a labor union and other experts to define what that is. You do not have to, it's not discriminatory by nature. Community workforce agreements can happen in a bunch of different ways. Some other goals of community workforce agreements are to provide jobs for local workers, to streamline some of these agreements, to provide uninterrupted supply of qualified workers to improve worker safety, something very important, and to support local communities. Should the City of Morro Bay wish to support local workers with the Community Workforce Agreement with local labor leaders, I'm confident it will further support this community, and as we're doing in San Luis Obispo, provide an inclusive local hire workforce for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Eric. Did I get it right? Is it
Christian.
Christian, thanks.
The Swiss spelling. Eric Christian, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. Well, I guess we can do away with the pretense that this isn't a partisan issue, having heard from some of the speakers tonight. It's exactly what you have now. You have a political document in front of you that's brought by a big labor special interest who wish to have the field tilted in their favor. I mean, I think that's all been made very clear here tonight. What's also been made very clear tonight is that you are in no position to move forward, whether you go forward eventually with one or not. The questions that you've posed to staff clearly shows you're not ready yet to understand and comprehend totally what a project labor agreement is. This is an arcane issue that impacts workers, apprentices, and contractors. And this is one meeting in which you're looking to impose and radically change the way you do business in one meeting. That is not the way it's done. I've been doing this for 20 years, fighting project labor agreements. Our contractors came together to oppose them because they viewed them as explicitly discriminatory. It's hard to say that for people that consider themselves progressives because the incoherence has got to be troubling. They are explicitly and implicitly discriminating against people, but you can't say that, so you have to include a rhetoric in PLAs that make it sound like you aren't. But you are. How are you? Well, one thing that hasn't been talked about today, it's just been glossed over by one of the IBW speakers who said that, well, they have to pay dual benefits, but there's a lot of workers that are receiving benefits from union pensions, so therefore, ignore that very point. You need to zero in on this very explicit point of a PLA. All non-union workers, the four perhaps that are going to be allowed to work on a PLA. Why is it again that a non-union contractor has to limit his workforce? What does that have to do with the project labor agreement? If his workers are local citizens paying for this project and they have to work under a PLA, they're limited to 4 of their workers? What on earth does that have to do with anything? Why would you limit how somebody conducts their business and who they employ? But of those 4, they all have to pay into union pension plans. Pension plans that, despite what the IBEW leader said, those workers won't vest in because they are 5 to 10 year vesting requirements. 5 to 10 years. That's called wage theft, something progressives used to be against. That's what's happening under project labor agreement. I've read all 347 project labor agreements that have ever been considered in California. Not implemented, considered over the course of 20 years. That's not very many when you consider how many projects were, to answer an earlier question. All of them have contained the requirement that workers pay into union health, welfare, and pension plans they'll never vest in. That's not something you can negotiate away. There's this talk about negotiation. You don't negotiate a PLA. They hand you a template. You're told to sign it. It's sent to AFL-CIO National. It's signed off on, and you're good to go. How can you justify stealing those workers' monies? The last thing I want to talk about is local hire. Local hire is a tri-county area that goes all the way down to Ventura. Why not San Jose? And it's not a requirement. It's a goal. It's not mandated. Focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tori Biles, followed by John Madonna. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Council, City staff, thanks for this time to talk about this issue. I'm Tori Biles, a resident here in Morro Bay. I have my own economic consulting company the last 22 years. Native Californian, just moved to Morro Bay 2 years ago and own a home up in the Ironwood district. So I am a ratepayer. It just strikes me, after reading the materials as well as hearing the discussion tonight, that there's somewhat of a mismatch on 2 general points. One is the actual research materials of the kind of costs and benefits of a local hire or PWA, PLA, CWA focus does not mention the economic development or the fiscal stimulus costs and benefits of local hiring. In other words, as has been mentioned already, there is a stimulation to the local economy when local people are hired. I think everybody in the room here can agree that that's the spirit of what's attempted to be accomplished in, for example, how to spend this $30 million on the conveyance and the injection well project. $30 million is going to be spent into the local. We want to spend that money. That's going to be, it's first funded through a loan, and then that loan will be paid off through higher rates. As much as we can spend locally to local trades, contractors, there's that much more affordability into that newly built asset, the $30 million asset that we built. So it's that fiscal stimulus aspect that comes with costs and benefits that's not being specified very clearly here. So I think that needs to be taken into account of. I've helped other municipal governments focus their procurement efforts on the local community and for this very purpose of fiscal stimulation. The second thing I'd just say that there's a mismatch. There seems to be a hybrid between the local hire and the PWA approach, and I think you might develop criteria that you would have every RFP build into their bid that would specify where they're hiring and where they're paying their paychecks to their employed laborers, or to actually, you could quantify by zip code or by county how much of the 30 million is spent locally by having a criteria that would rank bids that come in by how much of the stimulus would remain in the area. So I guess
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Next up is John Madonna, followed by Erica Crawford.
Good evening. I didn't really come here to talk tonight, but was a little bit compelled. I am a non-union contractor. I've been working in San Luis, living in San Luis for 41 years as a contractor. My dad was a union contractor, and I have nothing against union contractors. I just have not been union myself, and we do a fair amount of work in this county, this city. We worked on the Morro Bay High School. We've done a lot of work on Highway 1. So my question is, why do you want to give 15% of your potential bidders an unfair advantage? But from the standpoint of what I do is I look for jobs to keep my people busy. They're a family to me. It's important that they earn a good living. You've got a lot of great union employees out here, but in the back you've got a lot of great non-union employees that haven't necessarily got up and spoke tonight. And sort of the fairness of workers, if I was a general contractor or subcontractor on this project, I wouldn't bid it because it's not fair to the employees that I have, who I have many of my employees have been with me for decades. And so they earn a prevailing wage. They get about $25 an hour in benefits. And those benefits go to each one of their individual accounts, whether it be for health and welfare or pension or whatever. And if we were to work on a project with a PLA agreement, those benefits would go directly to the union. And more than likely, unless my employees decided after this job to quit to quit and go to union, which that hasn't been that way for 40 years. I mean, they're probably going to continue to work for me later on. Is the $25 an hour that they put in, $200 a day, it goes into a melting pot somewhere else, and they don't benefit from it at all. And I think that's almost, I appreciate the fact that they're trying to give non-union workers or non-union contractors the ability to work on the project, but that's just, that one issue is why I got up and spoke. I just think it's criminal that you would take from a non-union employee. so, because of the vesting period. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Erica Crawford,
My last?
followed by David, Cry? Sorry.
All right, thanks for
Erica,
having me.
welcome.
Thanks for having me back, Erica Crawford with the Chamber. Just like to preface my comments on this item by stating that the Chamber Board has not taken a position on the proposal for a project labor agreement, that the Chamber staff has been doing review, research, and outreach on PLAs and community workforce agreements, that the Chamber's Governmental Affairs Committee had a discussion on the matter at its August meeting last week, and that without a draft PLA or CWA to review tonight, there is nothing specific to comment on this evening. The Chamber, whose 290 members provide for 3,300 full and part-time jobs, commends the Council for the path it is committed to on the wharf to date, including its demonstrated commitment to keeping project costs down by taking advantage of federal and state financing and by moving expeditiously through the permitting process. We recognize how difficult that was. And we honor the sustained effort put forth by you and councils before you to create and hold steady to a path forward for the community. The Chamber organization remains engaged and interested in the matter before Council tonight as it relates to local labor and to ongoing support for the budding connection between Cuesta and cutting-edge STEAM programming at Morro Bay High School. Thank you for having this important discussion tonight about local hire. We hope that Council will do what is needed to maximize local participation and retention of the economic and employment benefits of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Next up is David Cry. Thanks. And that is the last speaker slip I have, just so you know. Thanks. Welcome, David.
Good evening. My name's David Cry. I'm the fourth generation here in Morro Bay. We've been in the construction industry, done quite a bit of work with the city of Morro Bay through the years. We did all the grading on the Cayucas Sewer Plant project. We are non-union. I have some of my employees here. They all work for me under their own free will. It's not like they can't go to the union if they thought that was better. If you do the PLA, we would not be looking at your project. And the project we bid for the Cayucas Sewer District, the next union shop price range was over double what we were. So you'd be taking me out of the equation on that project. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last speaker slip I have, so unless our city clerk has other slips I missed? No? None. With that, I will close public comment, and we're going to be approaching the 9:30 hour, which is our designated time to stop. Obviously, this is an important issue that I think deserves time to debate. That's my opinion. So I'm going to take a biofluid break until 9:30, but prior to that, I'm going to ask for a motion to extend if you are so inclined to do that.
I will make a motion to extend.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And to a time not certain.
Okay.
I continue to second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Be back at 9:31. Live back from our break. Welcome back. We are on item C-1. Thank you for that public comment. Public comment has been closed. I'll bring it back to council now for discussion. And who would like to lead us off on discussion? Looking left, looking to my right. If not, I appoint.
Well,
Councilmember Davis, would you so kindly, Mayor Pro Tem, lead us off on discussion? Thank you, sir.
Yes, it's difficult to separate fact from fiction with so many differing viewpoints. I'm just going to take it down to what I basically believe is that I support local hiring. I want to provide opportunities for our high school students to get jobs in the local area, to learn trades. And I believe that a community workforce agreement will accomplish that. I'm also looking at the economic multiplier. The prevailing hourly basic wage rate for an apprentice laborer in our county is $31.65 an hour. So if we have 30% of our workforce as local hires, that will produce more than $1 million in annual local wages. And the typical multiplier for local spending is 7 times. Money gets recirculated 7 times. So to me, the cost of producing a community workforce agreement is minuscule compared to the economic benefit of putting our local people to work here. So I'm going to support the community workforce agreement. And if council sees fit to follow suit, then we can talk about some of the specifics, targeted groups, percentage, the definition of local areas and the various tiers of employment.
Thank you, Red. Appreciate that.
I'll go.
Councilmember Hiller, thank you.
Well, you're going to force me to talk about my background. I'll try not to put you to sleep.
You talk about whatever you want, sir.
Thank you very much.
As long as it's related to the item.
It is related to the item. So I feel the fundamental issue here is not really local hire so much as it is our fiduciary duty to the ratepayers. And there's an enormous amount of legislation on the state level, the federal level. I'm sure the WIFIA financing has some requirements in there. And the public contract code in California is very strict, and it's all about getting the best value for the ratepayers. And I think that's what's fundamental. And I think that every area is a little bit different. I've worked in Southern California, and I've worked in Central California. As one of the speakers mentioned, Cuesta does not have a PLA agreement. Cal Poly does not use them. The latest large program that I managed was in Long Beach in the early 2000s as deputy program manager on a $220 million bond program. And the market conditions at that time were very similar to today. A very hot market. We were working on project cost estimates, engineers' estimates, to try and figure out how the bids would come in. And my biggest concern and a fear that was realized was that because of the very hot market, getting a sufficient number of bids so that you felt comfortable with the number was extremely difficult. The end result was some major projects, we'd get 1 bid or maybe 2. And then that put us in the position of, do we award the contract to one of these 2 bidders, or do we need to go back and do something different and rebid the project, which costs money and also time, so that we get a better value for the taxpayers. And I think that's the most important thing about this project, and that's really our primary responsibility. What we did there was we did everything we possibly could in a very active construction market to keep the market open, to do everything we could to explain projects to contractors so that we could get sufficient bids to say, yes, this is a fair value. So we get 3, maybe 4 bids if we were lucky, and then we would award the contract. The regional contractor makeup in this area is different. It's different in every region. And you've heard from some of the people here tonight, and you have an extremely well-qualified, non-union base of contractors, in my opinion, in this region that have worked here for many years, some of them second and third generation businesses that have done great work for the city as well as other agencies here. To me, opening the process up so that they can bid, because many of them have said they will not bid, and I believe them. They will not bid if this becomes a PLA project. The best thing we can do if we're really concerned about the taxpayer and local hire is to keep this a free market, open bid process. We can go with item C, which is encourage local hiring. But in fact, we have so many great non-union local contractors here, the effect is they will be hiring locals. They're not going to be hiring people from Los Angeles. They have their staffs. They have their people. They know what they're doing. Now, one other comment. Some of the folks from the unions who talked tonight about it's difficult on them because they have to travel a lot. Well, the reason, we have 85% of the contractors in this county are non-union, 15% are union. The reason union contractors commonly have to travel a lot is they have to travel to the nearest union job, which for a lot of folks is going to be in Los Angeles or the Bay Area. So as valuable as the apprenticeship training is for union workers, if one of your kids gets into that program and graduates, the odds are they are leaving town. There's not enough full-time union work I don't believe, for all the union workers that are out there. Bottom line is this: we have a fiduciary responsibility to the ratepayers to take very good care of every dollar that we spend on this project. And in my opinion, based on my 40-year career managing large publicly funded projects, the best approach is an open market.
Thank you. See? I'm just looking for.
Nobody else wants to talk. Okay, let's vote.
No.
Okay, Councilmember McPherson, I'll move to you. Thank you.
All right, well.
Bill Bison, you already has that.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming. Oh, excuse me.
Thank
I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I really appreciate it, and it's been very helpful. And I also want to begin by saying that I have a tremendous amount of respect for labor unions and the role they play in our country. But I was elected to the City Council to make the best decisions possible for the citizens of Morro Bay. And the council position is nonpartisan for a reason. And for that reason, I cannot support a PLA-CWA agreement. And I'd like you to understand my reasoning behind that decision. I've served on the WRF subcommittee for 2.5 years now with the former mayor and the current mayor, so I really know a lot about this project. And there have been 2 main issues or concerns that have guided how I approach decisions on the project. The first is that we have to keep the costs on the WRF project as low as possible. Our community is significantly older and poorer than other communities in the county. We aren't as wealthy as SLO or as some of the other cities in the county, and we have a significant number of residents on fixed and or poverty level incomes, and we need to be fully aware of the cost impact of this project on them. And that's why we looked for cost savings and applied for low-interest loans to keep the rates as low as possible. The second main thing that I care about is we have to build a facility. We know that. The Regional Water Quality Control Board has said we have to. And we want to build a facility that will last as long as our current wastewater treatment plant, which is 60 to 70 years. So we want to build a plant for the future in mind, knowing that climate change is real and happening faster than was predicted, and that we want to have a diverse water supply in a state prone to severe droughts. So when I approach a decision on the WRF, I ask myself two questions. Will this increase the cost of the project and therefore might raise rates for our citizens, all other things being equal? And how will it affect the quality of the WRF project? Will it increase or decrease the quality of the final project? I recognize that the council has added language to the city's goals for 2019-20 to suggest we prefer local hiring on the WRF project. That's a worthy goal that I support. I think we absolutely want to have locals work on the project. But it's not clear to me that a PLA agreement will help to achieve that any better than simply going out and bidding and hiring a local contractor who hires local workers. I also think that when you talk about local, the definition of local keeps shifting, and then the only way to keep the money in Morro Bay is they'd have to live in Morro Bay, because if they live in SLO, they're going to go home and they're going to do their shopping somewhere else. So, but I don't know that we can rely totally on Morro Bay citizens to work on the project. But I've talked to a lot of people, I've read all the research. I have yet to see that the PLAs will actually accomplish the goal of hiring more local labor. And you notice that they're mostly in bigger cities, and I think there's a reason for that. So I believe that the PLA will definitely increase the costs of the two components of the project, but we don't know by how much. And we need to keep that in our back of our mind. We don't know. It's a risk to take if it's going to increase the cost of the project. All of the contractors that we would hire would pay prevailing wages. We also don't know how it would affect the quality of the project. My goals in hiring the contractors are that we hire an experienced firm or contractor who has an excellent references on completing projects of similar size and scope on time and within budget, and that we have a fair bidding process that doesn't discriminate and that encourages the greatest number of bidders. The fewer bidders we have, the more we're going to get a lower price. So I honestly think that the only way to accomplish the goals that we want to have is to not use a PLA, but rather to encourage local hiring either in the pre-qualifications or in the contract. And I would go with either one of those, but I think the more we could encourage it in the pre-qualification process, we would ensure that we really get people who already have local workers. So those are my reasons for my decision.
Thank you. Councilmember Addis.
Well, I stumbled on your ex parte question earlier in the meeting.
Sorry about that.
So I wanted to explain that to the public, though, and really the reason I stumbled on that is when I looked out at the audience and the number of people here, it was hard for me to name a local person that I haven't talked to about this issue. So I've talked to unions, I've talked to the chamber, I've heard from local business and talked to some of them, I've talked with local residents, I've talked with our program manager, I've talked with our city attorney, I've talked with our city manager, I've talked with city staff, and I've talked with Councilmember Davis. So there's so many people on the list that I would need to name one after the other that I think it might have taken me just as long as public comment to do that. But I wanted to explain the reason that I did that is it was incredibly important to me to get a 360-degree view on this. So I come from 3 generations of local labor. I'm a union member as a teacher. I'm married to a non-union laborer. And I know that that gives me a really specific view around what a community for workforce agreement is, and I know that I go into it with a lot of assumptions. So of course I read the staff report, I read the binder, there was so much literature out there. And I think it's incredibly important that we do separate fact from fiction. So I just want to repeat some of the facts that we heard tonight, and some of the facts that I've said here at council before. One fact is that Morro Bay High graduated 261 students this year, last year that is. Only about 50 of those will leave to four-year college. So that leaves 210 Morro Bay High graduates that are going to stay local. Some will go directly into the workforce, and some will go to Cuesta. But really, we need a way for these kids to stay here. We heard public comment about people who have to leave Morro Bay. They've moved out of Morro Bay. We know, and I've said at council before, Del Mar is declining in enrollment, largely due to housing costs. We heard from Councilperson McPherson that homelessness is on the rise, and part of that is attributed to job loss. And yet, as a city, I don't see us taking bold action yet. My hope is that some of this will sway some council members tonight. My hope is that we'll be ready to step into the future. My hope, and what we know, is that, and we heard this from those that run the apprenticeship programs, when you dedicate yourself to more local jobs, it creates more opportunity for more apprentices, and then maybe we will have more local workers. We might not have them today, but if I have to bet on a future, it's going to be a future where I say I'm willing to be bold and take action and commit to the workforce in our community. And I also want to say this, because I've heard a lot of public comment that if you do a CWA, you're killing my business. So we heard from city staff tonight. Does a CWA prevent local businesses from bidding the project? Our city attorney and our city manager, I think, told us no. Does a CWA prevent non-union workers from working on the project? We were told no. Does a CWA prevent a municipality from getting enough bids? We were told there's no definitive information on that. There's arguments on both sides. But to say that we think that this is going to cause the project problems is really conjecture. It's not based in fact. And so to me, it's important that our council, and especially my vote, moves forward based on the facts. And what I do know is that if we keep going with what we've always done in Morro Bay, which is to say, we're too small, the problems are too big, we can't take action, then we really aren't going to create a local workforce. We really are not going to encourage a local middle class. We really are not going to get those, six-figure jobs that we all hope that we can bring to Morro Bay. We know that if we just do status quo, we're going to get status quo in the job market. And then in terms of cost, when we think about the cost versus the benefits of local work, we're talking about real human benefits. We're talking about less than 0.25% of the total project cost. That gets us real human benefits. We heard public comment over and over again about real people whose real lives were affected. And so to me as a council person, it's worth it to take bold action. It's worth the $45,000 to $90,000 if I can help make somebody's life better, like we heard from Berkeley or from some of the other speakers. So for those reasons and many, many more, I would be in support of this.
Thank you. Well stated. So I'll conclude with my comments, excuse me, by stating that the genesis of the very consideration of this notion really had nothing to do with PLAs, CWAs, or whatever contract you may well want to name it or call it. It had to do with a goal that was established by the City Council during public input that specifically stated that our goal was to include local labor provisions on major capital improvement projects, with the WRF being the initial project. And the term that kept being repeated over and over was local hire, and ensure as much as possible local hire. That over time has morphed into something globally larger than the goal that has been established by the council, that the intent, at least the way I look at this staff report, the intent would be to try to meet and provide the council with options to ensure that we could at least provide the best opportunity possible to achieve that. There is a tremendous amount of information out there, and again, I'll add my thanks to the large number of people that have contacted myself and other council members, the large number of people that I'm sure have either called, left messages, and/or met with a number of us, but also the excellent staff report that was produced by staff and the excellent input by our city attorney on some of the legal issues surrounding at least the formal agreements known as PLAs and CWAs. My first and foremost responsibility, I believe, as a council person, an elected official, is to ensure that as much as possible we strive to achieve the goals established by the city. The first and foremost being fiduciary responsibility. We had a study session at 3 o'clock on the CalPERS issue, and for those of you that weren't here, and you weren't here because there were maybe one or two of us in the room besides the council, or maybe you saw it on TV, we're in a world of hurt financially. As a city. And it primarily has to do, and there are a number of issues behind it, but it primarily has to do with an unfunded pension liability that is growing and looming that we're unable to meet in the future. And the uncertainty of how much escalation will occur in that has me frightened for the very survival of the city. And I'll say that straight out, that I am concerned over the next 3 to 4 years that we're going to be faced with radical cuts unless we get a large magnitude increase in the income and or revenues for this city in a very short period of time, which will be very difficult. Given that we've moved from looking at maybe tens of thousands of dollars to looking at hundreds of dollars to maybe nickels and dimes, and I'm overemphasizing that. We also have a staff that is severely constrained. We had 10 years ago 104 FTEs. Today we have 97 full-time equivalents in the city. The complexity of the city has grown, and given that, our staff is extremely challenged in implementing even the quantifiable number of goals that we've established, which to them probably at times feel overwhelming. And so given that, I have a bit of a jaundiced eye in looking at cost associated with the decisions we make. Personally, administratively, I don't see the justification for spending $50,000 to $90,000 to create an agreement that doesn't guarantee and cannot by law guarantee local hire. It says it in the staff report, it says it in everything that I've read, that legally we cannot mandate through any agreement that there will be local hire and make that happen. We can set preferential goals, identify areas, have oversight and management for that, but we cannot guarantee that. Secondarily, I look at the wage issue. Prevailing wage will be paid no matter what. I think that's a non-starter. We don't even need to go there. These agreements don't really do anything with regard to wages as far as I'm concerned. I don't find significant, succinct evidence that PLAs will decrease project costs, especially one of the small magnitude, even though it's $30+ million. When I hear it may well be 9 to, 15 or 18 FTEs over the life of the project, that's not a huge number, although I do agree that maybe something like this potentially could be the start of something that in the future could be beneficial possibly to the city. Given that, I also don't find evidence that it's going to ensure that the project's going to be completed more rapidly than if we didn't have the agreement. Therefore, and I'm not, this is not, to me, it's not a political issue at all. I'm throwing that aside. Partisan politics I don't even consider when I sit here. So I'm concerned about fiduciary responsibility, the ability of staff to manage agreements like this, and then the outcome of what the agreement will produce. I don't find evidence to support the spending magnitude that we have here that will ensure the goal that has been quantified and laid down by the council. Thusly, I cannot support PLA or what I would say staff recommendation A, project labor agreements or community workforce agreements. I do, however, feel we should build into our contracts as much as possible whatever language is necessary to help facilitate local hire and the use of apprentice programs, but not to the magnitude of moving to a PLA. And with that, I will stop. And
I would like to make a motion.
okay,
I move that we direct staff to add a local hire preference to the bid pre-qualifications and/or contracts on the pipeline conveyance, lift station, and injection well components of the WRF project.
motion by Councilmember McPherson.
Can I amend that, or can we talk about that
Sure.
for a second? My concern is the way you worded it, and I could be totally wrong. Maybe, Rob, you can help with this.
Let's see if there's a second. Maybe you
Okay,
can second it, and we don't have to vote on it. If you want to amend it, we can ask for a friendly amendment.
Okay, well, I'll second it, and then we can amend it.
We have a motion. You want to repeat the motion, Councilmember?
Sure. I move that we direct staff to add a local hire preference in the bid pre-qualifications and/or contract on the pipeline conveyance, lift station, and injection well components of the WRF project.
And we do have a second.
I'll second.
And I'll open it to discussion. Councilmember Heller, yes, go ahead.
So my thought about that is it going to be a requirement? Is it going to be part of the evaluation of who gets the award? Or is it just language that says we would like this?
Well, the assumption is that if we include it as a pre-qualification preference, that will be taken into account. No?
Could we get some legal guidance on that?
I don't know if legally what
Why
we
don't
can
we
do,
get-
so it's certainly within legal requirements for what we can do.
I think that the simple solution, I think what Councilmember Heller is getting at is if you just amended the motion to include, local hire preference to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
Okay, all
And
right.
that's what most of these agreements have. And then, we can work out within the constraints of this project, what we can do and can't do. And to be clear, we set goals and we see if they're achieving the goals, but we can't require them to meet a quota.
Right. So there would also be follow-up and monitoring.
Yes.
Uh-huh. So can we just add that to the end of that sentence, to the full extent of the law?
One more question for
Sure.
the attorney. So it won't be used as a grading criteria in terms of the award, correct? I mean, would you get points if you?
It's not expressly a requirement. That we can't say expressly that if you don't hire local, then you don't get the bid.
Right.
What we can do is ask them, how thorough are you going to be to make sure that you do outreach to local laborers when you're looking for subcontractors? We can ask them, how rigorous are you going to be in, focusing on the local community as opposed to like out of state or whatnot. And then at the end of the day, if they say, here's the best we can do, but meanwhile, here's what we offer, we still have to take the lowest bidder.
So it won't be a criteria for award?
It's not an express criteria where we can say if you don't hire 25%, we won't bid it to you.
It'll be like a stated goal or something.
It's a preference.
Right. Yes.
Local hire preference.
Yes.
Well, I'm confused. I don't want it to be the basis for an award. That's all I'm saying. Rob,
So you don't want it to be the basis for an award, which
No,
it
would
can't be.
It's
I don't think
the
our
It
local-
cannot be.
Public Contracts Code would allow us to have that.
I don't think it's allowed.
be
No,
a
I mean,
basis
we
for
we
award.
can't, the city cannot pick a company to do this just because they're in SLO County. if the lower bid comes in from, say, San Francisco County or San Diego County, we can't say, too bad, we're taking the local company. What we can do is say that the workers that you use, we want to make sure that to the maximum extent allowed by the law, you are attempting to recruit, to message, to advertise, and so, and we want to know you're doing that.
Okay, great.
And we would likely write a specification in the contract documents that would require how you perform that good faith effort, like with the requirements for minority business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises that are standard contract language.
Okay.
Acceptable amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you want to restate the motion so it's clear to the
I
full
move,
council?
yes, I move that we direct staff to add a local hire preference to the bid pre-qualifications and/or contract on the pipeline conveyance, lift station, and injection well components of the WRF project to the fullest extent of the law.
And are you, a friendly amendment, are you accepting that as an?
I'll accept that if the
You
city
accept the
attorney
second?
will.
So we have a motion by Councilmember McPherson, second by Councilmember Heller. We're still in discussion. I will turn it to this side.
I have a number of questions.
Sure.
Yeah. So who would do the outreach to local hire with this kind of contract provision?
It would be incumbent upon the contractor, and typical provisions that I'm envisioning that the council is getting at here, it would say that, one, you have to provide documentation to the city on what you did and give us examples of what you did. Second, we want to see actually, once you've hired your workers, perhaps ones that aren't coming with the company, how many live within Morro Bay, how many live in SLO County, and so forth, and they can give us the percentages. And if it looks like, everybody is from like out of the state, then we'd say, well, let's go back and look at the efforts that you made to do local outreach. We can't mandate it, though. The basic idea is that, workers can travel around the country, and if somebody can come in and do a lower price, then they get the job, and that's California law.
So what are some typical kinds of outreach a contractor would do for local? Well, actually, let me back up. How is local defined with this?
That's something that we'll have to work out. In fact, that's a good question. One of the first issues is whether we go concentrically out from the city of Morro Bay to, say, Estero Bay to SLO County, or do we go by zip codes? And I think that that's something that we could work out with staff and bring back to you all. My understanding is that if this is going to be a requirement in the RFP that goes out, Rob could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have time to come back to council with that language before the RFPs go out. I don't think the RFP, if my understanding is correct, for this work is going to go out till the earliest the fall or winter. Is that true?
Winter, first part of next year.
So we definitely have, 4 months, 3 months, to keep it really on track to come back to council and say, here is the proposal for the local hire, and here are some questions we have for you. Like, how do we define local? What percentage do we want them to make the good faith effort? Do we want it to be 20%? Do we want it to be 25? Do we want it to be 40%? We can bring those questions back, and we have time to do that.
And so in essence, it's just asking a contractor to follow through with what they say they'll follow through, and then trusting that they'll follow through with it.
That's a good point, too. One of the other questions will be what type of compliance monitoring we have. Are we going to, what the minimum is that they just submit documentation to the city and we look at it. The other extreme is that we have them have an employee or somebody that actually monitors this and works on this full time. Of course, that's going to be an extra cost. So this would be something that we bring back to council on how we want to work that and how we enforce the local hire. And of course, if we just say, do it in good faith and never get proof, well, we don't know what they're doing. So enforcement is important.
So are you saying if we wanted to have a compliance officer, we could, but it would go above the dollar figure that's in the staff report?
Well, no, a compliance officer would just be someone that we have in the RFP that we say, you know, if you're going to bid on this project, our local hire requirement is that you also, you know, dedicate some employee, you know, maybe presumably part-time, to interfacing with designated city staff member and demonstrating on a weekly basis what you are doing.
And then what does this do for apprenticeships?
We could add that. That would be a separate thing. Local hire is different than apprenticeships. If we want to encourage apprenticeships, then that's something else council could take up and add into the RFP that goes out. Keep in mind that all of these details, you know, they go into the RFP that goes out, and so typically the request for proposals to the contractors, you know, it's going to list, like 90% of it is just like a no-brainer, where it just says, this is the work, this is the project, and then you add in some of these extras, like, oh, and we want local hire, and, you know, oh, we want to, you know, encourage apprenticeships and whatnot, and that's up for discussion and policy direction.
Just a point of clarification about apprenticeship requirements. They're already a part of the requirements to the Department of Industrial Relations. Any contract that's valued over $30,000 is required to have apprentice on it, whether it's a union contract or not. And there's I believe the ratio is 5 to 1 hours on the requirements. So there will be apprentices on these jobs, regardless of whether there's a PLA or CWA or not.
But we heard a lot of public comment around the training programs for apprenticeships, and like, is any of that changed? It's all the same. You know, we heard the unions have a very specific apprenticeship training program. Are those the same apprentices that would then need to be hired with this kind of language?
Depends
or?
if a union contractor is the successful low bidder.
Mm-hmm. And so if it's not a union apprentice?
Then it's a non-union apprenticeship program. Like I think one of the speakers gave an example of a non-union apprenticeship program.
That's it.
Okay. Red, any further discussion, sir?
Yes, thank you. The motion that Marlis and Jeff have brought forward, to my mind, pretty much meets the same goals that we're looking for through a CWA. And my first interest is to promote local hiring, and that's what your motion does. And so I'm willing to support that motion, because it's obvious that a CWA is not going to pass this council. So to me, this is a reasonable compromise that meets my particular goal.
Thank you. So we do have a motion by Councilmember McPherson, second by Councilmember Heller, and I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great, good discussion. That concludes item C-1. We will move to item, if I can find it, C-2. And give me 1 second. Lots of paper here. This is item C-2, receive, review, and provide direction on the WRF Capital Project Quarterly Update. I'll ask Mr. Casares if he's going to present, or Mr. Leivik, or both.
Mr. Casares will be presenting.
Thank you.
Bob has got the... The presentation is up. Thank you, Bob, AGP.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Eric Caceres, again, the city's water reclamation facility program manager. The crowd got a little smaller. And I'll give this adequate time, but I will try to be brief. Thank you for having me here this evening to talk about item C2, which is receive, review, and provide direction on the water reclamation facility capital project quarterly update report. Again, the recommendation here this evening is that you receive the quarterly update report, which is the Q4 for FY 18-19 report. Review, provide any direction that you deem appropriate. So I just wanted to provide a quick overview of the reporting process. One of the key functions that the program manager serves is the financial management and schedules and financial management of the water reclamation facility project. And one of our duties is preparing both monthly and quarterly reports. We currently produce a single monthly report for WRF-CAC, CFAC, and the City Council, which is on a monthly basis is a tracking of our actual expenditures. On every third month, so we go in a 3-month cycle. So every third month, our report is significantly more expanded at the end of each quarter. And as part of that process, we do a more in-depth budget reconciliation, and so and then we do a budget rebaselining annually. So this is one of those. Quarterly reports for Q4, and it's also the end of the fiscal year. So it will be establishing kind of the budget rebaselining or the budget target that we'll be grading ourselves against over the next year until we go through this process at the end of the next fiscal year. So I just wanted to make that clear regarding kind of the level of effort and the scope of what we do on a monthly basis and on a quarterly basis. So at a very high level, the project is on budget. So as we will discuss here in a second, the quarterly look at the budget indicates that we are still within our $126 million budget, which was the basis of the 2018 rate study that was completed and the basis of the Prop 218 process and rate increase. We do want to note that several major elements of the project are behind schedule, and this shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone because we've been talking about this for the last several months. But however, the overall project is on schedule, and we're not at risk of violating the compliance with the time schedule order that the city received last year for the water reclamation facility project. That TSO compliance date is February 28th of 2023. Meaning that the new water reclamation facility will need to be online and treating water in line with the requirements of the TSO, i.e. Full secondary treatment of that facility. We are currently tracking substantial completion of the project right around November, December of 2021. Now, the project will not be completed at that time, not all aspects of it, but from a compliance standpoint, the new water reclamation facility will be operational, will have gone through all of its testing and commissioning, and will be treating water to the permit limits. A little bit of the budget history, as I mentioned, since we started doing our monthly and quarterly reporting, we've had a couple of quarterly cycles that we've gone through. So the original baseline that was developed last year as part of the budget development for the 218 process, that budget was $126 million. That was the 2018 rate study. We went through our first budget review at the end of Q3, where we were projecting at that point in time that our budget we were actually trending below budget by a little over $1 million to about $124.6 million. Now that we've gone through, and at the end of June, we've gone through and re-looked at the budget, and because of several reasons, which I'll get into, we're trending back towards the $126 million where we were in June of 2018. So how did we get to where we got to? There's a couple of things, and there's been a number of changes in the budget in terms of increases in certain components and reductions in other components. First, I'll talk about the water reclamation facility itself. This is kind of broken down into the major project components. We are projecting a reduction in the overall soft cost, meaning our overall cost for things like monthly project controls and some of those other elements as we've gotten in and we've been on and working on this project for the last year. We've got a good handle on the level of effort and how much and the costs and how we've been spending those costs, and so we've used that to reproject out for the remainder of the project, and we are seeing a reduction in some of our efforts moving forward. We've moved a little bit of our cost from contingency. I can get into that a little bit, and I know I've answered some questions for some different folks about that reallocation of contingency. But on the cost plus side, we have increased our budget for the Tri-W site purchase. So we're still awaiting the final appraisal from the appraiser on that property. But within the last couple of months, we've gotten an indication from them that we should be looking and budgeting a little bit higher cost for that particular item. And I can get into that in a little bit more detail if you have questions. Probably the biggest cost impact is on the conveyance facilities project. We've been talking about the avoiding jurisdictional waterways in an effort to kind of streamline the permitting process and minimize the schedule of the project. And in order to do that, we've got to change our construction methods a bit on the conveyance facilities on the pipeline. Specifically, we're looking to change our construction methods at Willow Camp Creek on the bike path and using trenchless construction to be able to avoid some jurisdictional waterways there. That's resulted in a significant construction cost impact. We're also looking at adding quite a few additional utility investigation effort, i.e. potholing, to the contract for the designer. That utility investigation is part of the design process, so we have a better idea of exactly where these utilities are in terms of depth, and it will allow us to avoid more conflicts during construction and avoid change orders. On the recycle water facilities, there's been minimal changes. As you know, that component of the project is kind of the most trailing component, so not a lot of changes there. On the general project costs, we have added the preparation of an additional outfall management plan. This was something that was identified by the Coastal Commission in our coastal development permit. We've also got some additional forecasted budget for routine meetings and those kinds of things. And actually, as I mentioned earlier, that's a little bit of a typo. Those forecasts have actually gone down based on our original budget. So some of the key accomplishments and challenges. Some of the key accomplishments, we're nearing completion of the final EIR addendum that we've been talking about. That's actually being circulated tomorrow. That'll begin circulation. We've continued to work very closely with the California Coastal Commission staff to complete the CDP application. Actually, this report is from the previous quarter, so as you know, we've actually had the Coastal Commission hearing and we've received the permit. We've been added to the CUP list for SRF in terms of being funded for the next fiscal year to the tune of $105 million. We've continued development of the 60% design submittal on the WRF side. We've actually received that 60% design. And we've continued development of the grading package. That will be the first effort that the design build team undertakes here shortly. In some of the challenge, we've been meeting consistently with WIFIA and SRF staff to overcome all the challenges and meet all the requirements to begin construction. Not so much a challenge. It's just where the majority of our effort is currently going right now. Trying to expedite completion of all the tasks that we need to complete so that we can get into construction in September. and I'll go through a couple of these other ones here quickly. We're beginning to right the ship in terms of the conveyance facilities. There were some schedule delays that we had from coordination with some property owners. We needed to get on site to be able to do the geotechnical work and surveying, and we had some issues there which we've started to overcome. In terms of the project dashboard, I'll highlight a couple of these important items. Again, the total project costs we're currently tracking right along with the $126 million budget. As we go and rebaseline the issue with item 1.2, the conveyance facilities project, will start to look a little bit different as we rebaseline. As you know, we've shifted costs between a couple of different project elements, which is what makes a couple of these items here look like they're trending above budget. Indeed, we've just shifted money from the recycle water facilities project to that particular project. So current versus planned expenditures. We talked a lot about this graph that shows the accumulated expenditures and the difference between this gray line here, which is the baseline from 2018, and where we currently sit. So one of the things to note is that gray line will go away in subsequent months as we look at the next fiscal year, because we are now looking at, we're still looking at a $126 million budget. The spend that we're looking at is a little bit different. So this blue line is what we'll be tracking against. So in a couple of weeks when we come back with the July report, as we're just now finished July, currently developing the July report that'll be done this week, you'll see how we're trending against this revised baseline. Still 126 million, just a little bit different spending pattern that we've got now. Actual expenditures to date, our current expenditures are just shy of $11.1 million, and you can see the breakdown of those different components. In terms of schedule, you've seen this iteration of the schedule for the last several months. We've added a couple of elements to the schedule. Mainly, we've got an SPI that we're tracking towards, which that SPI is currently 0.86. We've talked about this a little bit before as well. An SPI of 1 or greater means that all aspects of the schedule we're on schedule for all aspects. And as mentioned previously, there's a couple of the elements that we're currently trending behind schedule, and we're doing everything we can to bring those back up. But again, still looking at maintaining the end compliance date well ahead of the time schedule or the date of February 2023. Kept a couple of schedule recovery strategies, as I mentioned. So the recycle water facilities at this point in time hinges upon the completion of the hydrogeological work, and we brought phase 1 back to council several months ago, and we're in the middle of phase 2, and phase 2 is really where are we going to put the water? Are we looking to inject it on the east side of Highway 1? Are we looking to inject it on the west side of Highway 1? We've done a number of tests on the east side, and those have been very promising, which is good news. We're trying to do the same on the west side, and we've been negotiating with Vistra to be able to do that work, since that testing work that we need to do is on their property. And we're continuing to interface with them, and we have a goal, and we should be moving forward with that effort and doing the pump testing that we need to do on that side to figure out, one, the viability of that side, or how it compares to the viability on the east side. Is it better? Can it take more water? Do we have more travel time? Those kinds of questions. In terms of general permitting, in order to make sure that we don't have any hiccups with the conveyance facilities project as we aim to get that into construction next year, we're doing everything we can to escalate the completion of a couple of the elements of the project where we need to get some coordination. This particular example here is with Fish and Wildlife. We're going to be crossing Morrow Creek with a pipe bridge, and we need to get a permit from them, so we're doing everything we can to expedite that, as well as getting some sign-offs from the Army Corps of Engineers that their findings that we don't need a permit from them. So those elements we're currently working on. For the potable reuse permitting, we're trying to expedite the completion of the enhanced source control program, which is a establishment of a pretreatment, industrial pretreat program for the city. That's required by the Division of Drinking Water for these types of potable reuse projects. On the funding side, obviously, we're moving to expedite signing a loan agreement with WIFIA. That's something that should be coming back to council very soon. We should have a revised agreement from them this week, and that's something that we need to get done before we can go to construction. So again, the recommendation here tonight is to receive the quarterly update report and review and provide any direction as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Comprehensive as usual, and appreciate that. I'll open it up for any council questions.
I have a question.
Yes, please, Dawn.
I know you said that I emailed you a question about sea level rise, and you said that we will find out about some information about sea level rise in the injection wells, and I'm just wondering when that will be, and if it'll be in the form of a quarterly report or some other kind of report.
So at the end of phase 2, which is, we currently have GSI as contracted, the hydrogeologist they did their first phase of work that we talked about, which had a lot to do with what happens to the groundwater basin when we put the highly purified water into it in terms of salinity and nitrate concentration. They've completed that. Their next phase is looking at, again, on the west and the east side, ultimately figuring out what's the best option there. But the big component of that effort is revamping their model and enhancing their model. One of the things that they're going to be including in that model is sea level rise projections and how that impacts things like seawater intrusion and everything else. So I think we talked a little bit about this when we presented the phase 1 work, but that is something we're going to look at, looking to the city's adopted climate action plan as one source of information on sea level rise, but also looking at some of the other commonly used sources for projections for sea level rise.
So do you know how recent of sea level rise projections you'll use? Because isn't the city's is a little bit old now, from 2014 or something, and it seems like the science has drastically changed, at least I think that's what we heard from Scott Graham when we asked him about the last sea level rise study, and we heard a presentation, and it sounded like the science is changing so quickly that cities are having a hard time keeping up with what the real projections of sea level rise are. So do you know how far back are they going to look, or how recent of studies will they be utilizing when they do that modeling?
Yeah, I can go back to GSI and we can talk a little bit about that. They haven't gotten to that point yet. They're still again trying to characterize. They've characterized the east side very well. They'll characterize the west side a little bit better based on some of the testing they need to do. Then we'll do a look at the boundary condition. Some of the other boundary conditions of one of those will be sea level rise, but I can come back to council with what we plan to use for that.
Any questions, Fred?
Yes. Can we hear a little bit more about the Willow Camp Creek trenchless crossing? Rob, is it Willow Camp Creek the one that floods the bike path?
Yes, it is. And originally, the plan was to do an open cut and reconstruct the bike path. That's a jurisdictional area and will require permitting from the Corps to accomplish that work. And the design team has recommended to go trenchless there to avoid any open cuts in that area.
Okay, so what does trenchless look like? Is a pipeline?
So we would bore, dig a pit on one end and bore a pipe under the creek to avoid having to dig in that area. The other trenchless option would be a pipe bridge over the creek there, likely a much higher cost.
So does this mean that the bike path will continue to flood every time it rains?
We'll have to have another project there that will improve the bike path.
Another project sounds like more money.
Yes, it won't be able to meet the timeline with the WRF project and the permitting required.
Okay, I understand. A question I get asked a lot is, when are we going to break ground? So I'll ask you that question.
Yes, so there's a couple of things that we need to do before we can break ground. A couple of the critical ones at this point in time are, we need to have a signed loan agreement with WIFIA. That needs to be taken care of. We know that having a signed loan agreement with SRF is not really a possibility on our current schedule, and having that before we start construction, that process is going to take a long time. However, SRF will let the city begin construction once we meet a critical milestone, which is completion of all their environmental requirements. So before we can get on site, the SRF has to make sure that their environmental review is complete, and we're not going to do anything by going on site before that's done that would violate any of their environmental findings. We're getting very close on that, and we're in the middle of our SHPO consultation. We've consulted with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We're consulting with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. There's a number of others that I can't think of right now off the top of my head. So we're getting and quickly working through that process. The other thing that we need to do is we obviously need to purchase the property. As I mentioned, we're expecting the appraisal to come back really any day on both the Tri-W property as well as the easements that we need on the property that's between Teresa Road and the Tri-W property that we need to build our access road on, and as well as it has some temporary construction areas that we're going to be utilizing during construction for construction trailers and storage and laydown and those things. So looking at issuing a construction notice to proceed to design build team in September. And then in terms of when we'll actually be able to break ground, so they'll start moving trailers on and those types of things. But it will likely take some time before they actually, mobilize and start breaking ground. It will not be very far after the construction notice to proceed.
So the notice to proceed will be issued in September?
That's the plan, yeah.
Okay, and you think within a month then, perhaps?
Within a month of now, yeah. So in terms of, it really hinges upon, again, getting the appraisal and getting and bringing the purchase agreements for the properties and the easements back to council, getting the loan agreement and having the loan agreement brought back to council, bringing the final EIR addendum back to council, which that one we've got a good handle on, and then also getting through all the environmental requirements for SRF. And at this point, all of those consultations and all those environmental processes have already been started. So we're in the middle of all of that right now.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Yeah, just a couple. I did have the advantage of meeting with Eric earlier, so I got a number of my questions answered. But let me just first get to the issue of the amount of SRF funding. My understanding is that it is up to $105 million, and we may not necessarily get that much. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So, the way that the fundable list works is the city's been identified to receive up to $105 million. That will fit within their fundable plan for this upcoming fiscal year. The city's in a unique, well, maybe not that unique for a number of people on the fundable list, because there are a number of folks that are receiving WIFIA money on the SRF fundable list. But we've gotten the indication from staff and some of the work that we've done that they're going to want to see a combination of WIFIA and SRF funding to be able to finance the project. Okay. So we're working through, we've brought Alex Handlers from Bartlewells back on board to help run some different models and look at, based on what the current rates for WIFIA are and what we've been and what we've been shown to be eligible for SRF. We're looking at a couple different ways of how that funding could result in reduced rates. So we're working on that now.
Okay, great. And do the delays in the schedule have any impact on the guaranteed maximum price by feeling
Black and Veatch?
Not currently, but it is important.
Since we have someone here.
Yeah, the scheduled delays that we're talking about are not scheduled delays keeping them from starting construction. The scheduled delays that we're talking about are keeping us from finishing design of the conveyance facilities and getting those into construction. So with too many delays, at some point in time, the design build team is going to be done with construction of their facility, and they're going to be looking for raw sewage to be coming to that facility so they can start up and test that facility. And so, that's why we're very, we're working diligently to figure out ways to get back on schedule on that portion of the project, so that we don't get into a situation where, we may have not kept them from starting construction, but we don't want to keep them from finishing construction for that reason.
Okay. And my last question, I attended the CFAC meeting, so I know that they made several recommendations to council, one of which was that the CFAC simply receive the quarterly reports, and they didn't mention anything about the council, but I'm wondering if we are going to make a decision on that tonight.
I think that that was a recommendation limited to CFAC, and if we would like to consider that, I'm open to that. We could do it under this agenda item tonight, if I'm not incorrect, because what we had decided before was to agendize it on a quarterly basis as a regular agenda item, and then consent on the other 2 months in between.
Right,
So,
for council.
and what the CFAC has moved to is a quarterly report.
Well, it's a
Their
recommendation. We would need to approve that, I think.
Right, they're recommending that, so.
Yeah.
But.
Okay, just so we do that tonight.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilmember Heller, any questions on that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a long list, but I think I'm going to work with our city manager and sit down and talk through a lot of these detailed issues that don't really need to be talked about ad infinitum here this late at night. But I do have some questions. So in your quarterly report, you talk about the design team delivering the 60% design submittal by the end of July. Have you received that by any chance?
Yes, we received that last week, and we've just started our review, and we actually have spent the last couple of days with members of the design build team. They've been presenting the aspects of the 60% design to the program team and staff.
Okay. And then, so it looks to me like you typically re-baseline the project budget on an annual basis. Is that how you normally do it?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm kind of used to having the baseline budget being the baseline budget all the way through the program, but your standard way of managing that is to do it annually and...
Yeah, we've done it different ways on different projects depending on the magnitude and the duration. We'll always have the baseline budget that we're looking at, and that's obviously an important number because it's the basis of the rate increase. But from a kind of an annual tracking, we typically do a rebaselining of the budget on an annual basis.
Okay. I was looking that the conveyance facility costs increased 19% from the fourth quarter of last year to this year. Do you, off the top of your head, any reason why we're off by 20%?
There's two things there. One of those, and I would classify one as being a real increase in cost and one as being a kind of a shuffling of costs. So when we originally put together the budget back in 2018, the pipeline that's going to be taking the potable reuse water from the wastewater treatment plant or the new water reclamation facility to the injection fields, that was part of the reuse project. So the injection well project. After doing a little bit more analysis and identifying that we could actually move that pipeline and construct it with all the other pipelines that were running between the existing wastewater treatment plant and the new WRF, we moved that portion of the project into the budget.
Okay.
So that is a bit of a shuffling. The second increase is a real increase, and that has to do with we needed to have our biologists go back out and take a look at Willow Camp Creek, and that's when we made the determination that it was indeed jurisdictional. And so we made the decision with staff to change the construction method, which increased the construction cost for that element of the project by about $1 million. So that trenchless crossing is a real increase and a real change.
Okay. Then I have some questions about what is in these different lines on the summary level, the general project line, and then we have the three components of the project themselves. So the general project line, it looks like you've got a overall cost of $11.8 million over the life of the project. So can you tell me what's in that line?
Yeah, so the first part is there's about $5 million that is previous project expenditures that were expended prior to March, April of 2018.
Okay.
So that's $5 million right away. The remaining in that bucket includes the general project management costs. So that would be the project controls, so the scope and budget controls, the routine meetings, reporting, and all of those elements that the program manager has been doing.
So that's management for the three components?
That's management for the three components, essentially. So it's the previous $5 million that were spent. That money is not that well characterized. There were some program management costs in there from the previous program manager, but it also included the preparation of things like the master plan document. That was a significant component of that, and included the development of the water reclamation plan, which was a significant component of that. But it was essentially all expenditures on the project between 2013 and 2018.
And then have you been asked, or have you prepared a staffing plan showing us how you're going to staff the job throughout the length of the project?
We have not shared a staffing plan. One of the things that we are going to be bringing back to council shortly is our budget amendments are done on an annual basis on fiscal year. So we're looking at, we've obviously passed the end of the last fiscal year, and we've put together a staffing plan, and we'll be bringing a staffing plan to the city for our next year of work, and also the duration of the project for construction management. So our job is going to change a little bit as we move forward. We'll continue to have the normal project control activities and everything else, but we layer on the construction management aspect of it.
And then we've got a section here on reimbursement from funding agencies, and you're noting the planning loan and the $217,000 amount. So have we received that fund, or is that just those funds, or have you just applied for that reimbursement, you know?
The planning loan is, we have to apply for reimbursement. So
you applied, but we have not received the money?
I believe we've received the $217,000. That's been received.
We have, okay.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Callaway, she's not here, but I believe she's working on quite a few other reimbursements against that $11 million.
So do you know about how long that took from when it was applied for and when we got it? I'm just curious.
I'd say off the top of my head, it's probably between 2 and 3 months.
Okay.
I believe we made the reimbursement request in February, and we might have been reimbursed in April or May.
Okay. Let's see what else. So in terms of schedule, I see your SPI numbers here. So the hydrological support is 0.40. So is that GSI's work? Are they behind with that, or?
GSI is, I would say through no fault of their own, is behind on their work. And
does
really
it mainly have to do with access to the properties?
It has 100% to do with the access to the property, yeah.
And then the general permitting, you're at 0.38. What's the situation with the permitting that puts you behind like that?
That may have to do with some of the encroachment permits and some other things for the conveyance facilities that we haven't started that are tied to, I want to say it has to do with the conveyance facilities, so the Caltrans encroachment permit that we need to get, that's delayed because we haven't been able to advance the conveyance facilities project as quickly. And then there's also a hydro-geo piece to that, because the general permitting also includes some of the aspects of the recycled water permitting. again, directly tied to the hydrogeological work.
Okay.
So that's following.
And then
on
your
from there.
project cost summary, like for example, for the conveyance facilities, you're showing total project cost of $31.3 million, I believe. So that's construction cost plus a 10% construction contingency, is that right?
That's correct. So that includes construction cost, a 10% construction contingency, the cost for design of those facilities.
Also, design is in there
It
too?
also includes
Okay.
design, yeah.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And thank you, Eric, for meeting also with the subcommittee and answering most of the questions. Just one question to clarify for the audience. We have received an SRF, we are on the IUP for SRF for up to $100 million in loan and $5 million in grant.
Correct.
However, because we're also on the WIFIA list, there's a chance that SRF will not fully fund us to the $100 million level because there are other applicants that they may want to reshuffle money to because of the fact that we have a WIFIA loan. Is that correct, or?
Yes, so the SRF, the clean water SRF, actually, the drinking water SRF side as well, are, both of them are overprescribed. And so they are taking into account that we've got another funding source that we are bringing to the table. And it's a little premature to say that we're going to be held to only taking the remaining 51% from SRF, but we're early in the process. To say we're early in the SRF process is true in some ways it's not. We're ahead of the process as it relates to a lot of the environmental work and their environmental review that they've completed. But we're going to know probably within the next, I'd say, 2 months. They're starting the financial review, so they're going to review our financial package, which is the rate study, the Prop 218, all of that work that was done. And I think that's where we'll start to get a better sense from them exactly how much money we'll be able to get from them.
I assume the good news is that in the rate study, the WIFIA percent assumed was 3.25%, and we're, with the 10-year being well below 1.7 now, that rate, we're looking at probably money that's going to be less costly from WIFIA as well as SRF, which used to be at 1.7%. So both funds, cost of money should go down significantly, correct?
That's correct, yeah. The assumption that we made in the rate study for kind of the alternative that was looking at SRF, I believe was at 1.7, and I want to say SRF is closer to 1.4 currently.
Yeah, excellent. Mr. Collins, quick question for you. Will the recommendation from CFAC be coming forward at another meeting, or is that something we should consider now? Councilmember McPherson brought it up.
Yeah, I talked to the attorney. I don't think there's any reason why you couldn't consider that tonight.
Okay, so CFAC made a recommendation that they only look at the WRF project information on a quarterly basis. They approved that, and they were recommending to us to allow them to do that, basically. And so, do we need a formal motion for that, or just, okay, we do. So, if we're comfortable with that, or?
Sure. I move that we accept the CFAC recommendation and have them review the financial reports on a quarterly basis, but the council continues to receive monthly reports on consent calendar on the months in between the quarterly reports.
I'll second that. Any discussion on that, further? Sure, yes.
I have no problem with getting it quarterly. I've talked to some of the CFAC members who don't feel completely satisfied that they've had the time to review it, or they have questions that have not been answered. Is there some way that can be remedied? I'm not quite sure how to finish my sentence, but.
Yeah, you mean getting more information?
Yeah, I guess I would like to, I know we get the letter from the chair, but some of the members of the committee are not completely satisfied with the review process, so I'm not quite sure what to do with that. What are your thoughts?
You know, I attended the meeting, so I heard the discussion, and it was a majority vote. So the majority of the CFAC, in fact, did make that recommendation. So the whole CFAC made the recommendation that they wanted to review.
About the voices of the minority.
Well, I mean, it is majority rule.
so they say.
Okay, can I attend those meetings, CFAC meetings?
So we have a motion on the table
Okay.
by Councilmember McPherson, second by myself, to allow, it's okay, CFAC to go to quarterly reporting for the WRF financial review. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
And Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great, and thank you, Mr. Casares, for that excellent report. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on to item C3. We have Ms. Swanson is up. This is adoption of...
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I don't know if you opened it up for public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't, and you're right, it's getting late. Was there any public comment on item C2? I apologize. Anybody waiting for public comment on the WRF project?
They're leaving, so that's the...
Come on up, I'm sorry. Thank you.
This is Tory Biles again.
Hi, Tory.
Also on the advisory board to the PWAB.
Yeah.
I'll just say, I'm very impressed and confident that the council, as well as the city staff and hired contractors, are doing an excellent job on monitoring the WRF, and almost no reason to have an advisory board specifically on the public works. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. Sorry about missing the opening of that. Okay, with that, that concludes public comment. I'll bring it back, and we'll move to item C-3. Our esteemed city clerk, Ms. Swanson, regarding adoption of Resolution 73-19, declaring the city's intention to approve CalPERS contract amendment, which we have seen previously. So
That's correct.
turn it over to you.
I think this will be fairly quick. This item will begin the process of amending the CalPERS contract to implement the second year an additional 1% cost sharing for members of the Morro Bay Peace Officers Association. This was agreed to in the MOU that was approved by the council last year. Members will receive a 1% COLA increase in exchange for an additional 1% cost sharing with their pension plan through CalPERS. We did combine steps 1 and 2 into the action that you'll be taking tonight, and then we will bring back the ordinance for adoption, assuming you approve the action that's been recommended at the September 10th meeting.
Great. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll open up public comment on item C-3. Public comment's open. Seeing no members coming forward, I'll close public comment, bring it back. Questions or discussion?
Yeah, I just want to point out that it is not a one-for-one trade, and we need to understand that, and I know that you can clarify that for us, so we're not giving them 1% and they're then giving 1% of the same amount back. It is costing the city some money.
It is costing the city money. There's an incremental increase to other benefit costs, such as unemployment or things like that. So
Right.
there's these out-of-pocket costs for the city.
I just
in that
want the
respect.
public to
Yes.
understand that.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 73-19, giving notice of the city's intention to approve an amendment to the contract between the city and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, and introduce for first reading by title only with further reading waived, ordinance number 624, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City of Morro Bay and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, implementing Section 20516, employee sharing additional cost, to provide additional employee cost sharing of 1% for local police members in the Morro Bay Peace Officers Association for fiscal year 2019/20.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? So a motion by Councilmember Davis for the staff recommendation, both 1 and 2, second by myself. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Heading.
Yes.
Councilmember Addis.
Yes.
Councilmember Heller.
Yes.
And
Excuse me.
Okay.
Councilmember Heller.
That closes that item. Council, we're on item D, council declaration of future agenda items. Any future agenda items? Anybody?
Yes.
Sir.
Yes. I would like to see if there is a way to extend the utility discount program to eligible mobile home park tenants and apartment complex tenants who do not have a specific water service account. So I wonder if we can ask staff to bring back some recommendations at a future date.
Looking at heads nod yes. I think that's great. I would support that. Yeah. Okay. Any others?
No.
I do.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I would just, Ruth Ann Angus came and asked the city if she would write a letter, and so I wanted to ask for support from my colleagues on council that the city weigh in. She specifically asked about military assault weapons, and I just wanted to share with council why I think this has a specific local effect before you say yes or no. So we've heard staff say that they feel concerned about the threat of mass violence. I was at Del Mar yesterday. I talked to a 5th grade teacher, and what she said to me was, don't they know we lay awake at night wondering how we'll stop our students from dying? And last year, kind of makes me teary, last year 5th grade students wrote a report about civic engagement. And one group decided to they decided to research gun control. And they decided to contact their representatives about gun control. But what this teacher told me is that one of her students, what she wrote about was how she was going to stay safe in a mass shooting. And so her plan was just to pretend that she's dead. So we know in our local community there's concern. I heard Council Member McPherson at, I believe it was our July meeting, talk about concern about the raise in water rates and how that could create possible triggers for violence. I think I also expressed that sentiment, that I have my own concern. And then the Tribune today reported on 3 instances where locally where gun confiscation laws have been used to take guns away. And so the guns that they cited in the article are from one person. They took a tactical semi-automatic AR-15 rifle. That was a San Luis Obispo resident, and that was based on a death threat. They took from another resident 3 dozen handguns, shotguns, and semi-automatic rifles, as well as thousands of rounds of ammunition. And then the other person that they took guns from, these were handguns, but it was a person with dementia in North County. So we know the guns are in our community. We've heard from staff that it's a concern. We've heard from teachers as well as students in our local school that it's a concern. And we also know there is a prevalence of mass shootings, regardless of what the public may have come here to say, that there is no worry in Morro Bay. We know that mass shootings are happening. So I think there's enough local concern for us to weigh in on something that's considered that's considered a national issue. I know there's been some concern from the public and possibly from other members of council about how often should the council weigh in on issues that are considered national issues? To me, given that we're hearing from staff and that we're hearing from community members and that there are high-capacity weapons in our own community, this is a true thing that affects our local community. And I guess the piggyback on that, that I don't know how this blends in, but I think staff said we're going to hear a report on emergency and safety at some point when we talked about adding, when we voted for the $10,000 for City Hall.
Right.
I don't know if that report is going to include something around gun safety or prevention of mass shooting, or if it's a general report. And I don't know if these two things blend together. So I just want to get it all out on the table and see what I could gain support for in terms of us taking a stand.
And I'll ask Mr. Collins to weigh in, but I did have a very brief conversation with Chief Cox regarding that, and with regard to tourism and when our community swells, and issues with regard to potential shooter issues, and they're involved with preparation. So, Mr. Collins, I don't know if there's a report coming or information coming, and how that might be blended with regard to what Councilmember Addis is speaking to.
And can I just say one more specific thing? My other interest is what can cities do, and if we're going to hear that, or if that would need to be an agendized item, because I do think there's a feeling that cities can't do anything. And I've read a number of articles where cities are starting to do things.
Readiness training, basically.
No, where they're taking action around guns specifically. So there's an article from Gilroy where the mayor is talking about should they require gun owners to have liability insurance. There was something in another city, Sunnyvale, around reporting if your gun was stolen, or about putting restrictions on straw purchases. So there's things cities can do on the prevention end, not just on the safety and reactive and how will we deal with it when there's a mass shooter, but to reduce gun violence in general.
So the intention of the comeback is really around the specific improvements to be made in the other facilities in the city. We're completing or in the process of completing the upgrades to the City Hall facility, but we have 3 other facilities that we're looking at, taking lessons learned from this first phase and then bringing that back to council for future consideration of the other facilities. I think the policy dimension is purely in the realm of council, whether or not you want to take a stand on the issue of mass shootings or guns specifically. That's in the purview of council to direct, or request that those at the higher levels of government take up this issue. I don't think that's purview of staff to tell you what you should do in that realm.
So I'm hearing 2 things. Thank you for that. I'm hearing 2 things. One is a report coming back with regard to a previously agendized issue, and that's follow-up on other safety areas in the city. Yeah. But also, I think what I'm hearing from Councilmember Addis is proactively, similar to what the City of Gilroy did, what policy decisions might we weigh on at the local level to begin to deal with those issues in a preventative way by being proactive. Is that...
I think as I'm talking about it, I'm asking for 2 separate things.
Yeah,
One is, does council want to weigh in? Would council entertain weighing in, as Ruth Ann Angus asked us to do, by writing a letter to support our, state national representatives around mass shootings and what they're doing. The other that I think that I'm asking is, would council be willing to agendize looking at what can we do from a policy perspective outside of armoring up our facilities?
Right, and both
I guess I'm asking 2 separate.
Right, both would have to be agendized, yeah.
So can we discuss that?
Absolutely, yeah.
So I'm not a big fan of letters, frankly, but I'm interested in what other cities are doing. So, in a nutshell. Yeah, I'm interested in getting some information on that, what other cities are doing.
Would you be willing to get it?
Sure.
No.
Well, I think, yes, council can gather this information. I can Google it, and I can come up with all kinds of stuff. But I do think it's going to be important to have legal counsel weigh in, because some of these things are not going to, I just don't know how productive it's going to be for council to do all the research, especially if we just start coming up with a bunch of stuff that's not going to really hold up against state law, against federal law, against the Second Amendment, against court cases. I don't know what else is out there that could sink whatever we bring to the table, but certainly I wouldn't want us to waste time, looking at all these possibilities that really can't happen anyway. So I don't want to add more to staff time, but I also don't want to be flighty about this and just,
Well, if it's agendized, there's going to have to be a staff report written and will have to be brought back. So you're going, no matter what, if we say yes to whatever we're going to agendize, it will be on the agenda with a staff report. So.
I'm just saying sometimes council does the research.
No, and that's what I was going to suggest is, and what we've done previously with Councilmember Heller, when you brought up specific issue was a climate change, I can't remember, but maybe another issue that you met with Mr. Collins and formulated it and then came back with a proposed agenda item. One, I hear you asking about council writing a letter. I don't know if there's timeliness. I wrote down what Ruth Ann said and plan to respond individually, but don't know if everybody wants to weigh in as a council. I'm happy to respond individually to that. I don't know if the rest of you plan to weigh in. But number 2, I would support the issue of looking at preventative issues with regard to what we can do at the local level to assist with mass shooting and gun control and some of those kinds of issues. And however that is there support for that?
Well, I'm just wondering if our police chief has already moved in that direction. My sense is that he has, that that's an issue that he's looked at and that he's probably even worked with the schools on this, or at least Maria Lamelli may be doing that. So I would like to know, before I would burden staff with another issue to go research and prepare a staff report on, I would like to just know what we're already doing as a city.
But that has to be agendized in order to come back.
Well, but what I'm saying, we are talking about what other cities are doing. I'd just like to know what we're doing.
Our focus is on the prevention and response.
Yeah.
So the response is the worst case scenario, that there is a shooting, and we have to be prepared for that. There's been 250 of these this year, more than one per day. So we're fully prepared for that to happen at Del Mar or at the high school or here. That's one side of the thing. I think what Councilman Radis is talking about is what can we do on a gun control side, which is sort of open. I mean, that's a place that's pretty much been delegated to the state and national level, but it sounds like some cities are taking that on. That's a whole nother matter that we haven't really looked at, and the police chief is not necessarily focused on.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm worried about the capacity for staff too.
So am I.
So
I really am.
I guess
We've got
maybe
such a full plate.
maybe what we could ask for is a simple update on what the chief is doing and go from there.
Sure, I know what the chief is doing to a certain extent, and what the chief does is tactically plans for a mass shooting, and he trains for a mass shooting, and he works with city staff to train for a mass shooting, and he works with our schools to train for a mass shooting. The chief doesn't have the authority that council has to put policy in place like what I'm talking about.
And be specific then as to what you would like to agendize and bring back. That's what I'm trying to...
So two things. One would be a letter.
Writing a letter.
Right? So that's one thing, whether we get support or not. The other thing would be to look at what kind of policy do cities put in place from a council level to try to minimize mass shootings through some kind of gun control, or I hate to call it gun control, but some kind of extra restrictions around guns.
Mr. Mayor, on the issues of what the city could or could not legally do, City Attorney's Office could prepare a short report on perhaps what other cities have done and what cities are considering now within the, of course, the federal constraints of the Bill of Rights.
That'd be great. Would that be helpful? Good.
My colleagues agree.
Well, I would be happy to hear that report. Yes.
I would agree to that.
Right. And then we could go from there once we understand what other cities are doing. Right.
Okay.
So we got agreement on that. The letter coming from council, well, it has to come back. It would have to come back, be agendized,
You know, I think we can all write a letter, and we certainly can sign as a Morro Bay council member.
Individually, unless it comes back as an agenda item and you direct the mayor to send a letter representing council, I won't do it. Other than what's dictated in policy, like things that come from the League of Cities, those kinds of things. So.
Right.
I'm okay with it coming back as an item. Sorry. Personally, I'm okay with it coming back as an item because I don't think this issue is going away. I don't think it's an issue that if we don't write the letter tomorrow, then the issue is going to be solved. We're dealing with huge issues, but I think it would send a helpful message to staff and to other people in the community that the Morro Bay City Council really takes this seriously beyond the individual council members. And so that's why I would be willing to have it agendized and, be patient. This is not a tomorrow issue.
Well, she was referring to getting something written with regard to fairly quickly, I think. But
well, I think I can't speak.
I've got to look back at my note, but
I mean, what I heard her say, and I don't want to misspeak, was support for our congressional
Yes,
representatives that are
yes.
working on the issue.
Right.
And please write to the president as well, which I don't think is going to be that effective. But I don't think our congressional representatives are about to get legislation passed tomorrow.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying I think there's some ability to agendize, come back, send a letter, us all send letters. I just think it's important that the public understands that we take it seriously, and this
Okay.
is one signal for that.
So I'm looking,
If I could just interject, at least if we came back with an agendized item in addition to short list of what cities can do or are thinking about doing, perhaps there could be some federal issues that are being considered right now and see whether or not the city wants to officially send a letter. I mean, two immediately come to mind. There's been talk of background checks on the federal level, and there's also been talk for years of renewing the federal assault weapons ban. And then the council could consider whether they wanted to support that or not. It's just one idea, but really the hot issues are federal legislation. I don't think necessarily California law is what folks are looking at being changed now. It's federal law.
okay, I'm going to look, is there support?
To include that.
Right. Okay, we're good.
Sure.
Okay, other? If not, yeah.
Mr. Caceres, you may have this information you're working on.
Can't hear you. Mike?
I'd like to come back with a report if we decide to do all the conveyance piping on the main streets at night. And maybe you have that number figured out already, but I'd have some members of the
Giving
public
staff direction, are you
ask
trying to
about that.
agendize something?
Yes.
Okay, what's the agenda item you would like,
I'd like the
Councilmember
staff
Hiller?
to report back on an alternate cost option to install the conveyance piping at night on Quintana and Main Street. It's not urgent.
Isn't that-
Doesn't have to come back next meeting, but that hasn't been made.
So, I guess you mean as opposed to...
The current cost, I assumed, is not
It does
assuming
not
night
restrict a
construction.
contractor to work only at night.
Correct.
Just, well, it's a preference, but I don't think that's part of the budget right now, right? I mean, your budget is daytime work, right?
Yes, but we
Day and night.
have restrictions on how much,
I understand
how
that.
much closure they can have at one point in time.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I thought I heard numerous times from staff that we were prioritizing nighttime construction to deal with the traffic things. Did I totally
I think
mishear that?
what we were saying was the closures would be nighttime. The full closures, the work would be done at that time. But during daytime construction, we do our absolute best to leave one lane open. Nighttime provides you the flexibility to close everything, right? So I think what Councilmember Heller is asking is, what would the price be if work only was done in the evening? Is that correct?
Yeah.
And just as a point of clarification, we're talking about from just the Quintana portion, so from Main Street to all the way down to South Bay Boulevard, essentially?
Wherever there's some piping on Main Street, right, as well as Quintana?
Yeah, there's a section of piping across Main Street, yeah.
Okay, yeah, the main street.
So from the end of the bike path, essentially, all the way to, we hit South Bay Boulevard.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Could we agendize it as the next routine report that will be on consent, which would include that, and a look at what the cost alternative might be for that? Is that okay?
Good idea, yeah.
I would like to know how much time that's going to cost, and
I will say that we would not be...
Because we know it'll be
Hold
additional
on,
cost.
one at a time. Thank you.
I was just going to say that we are currently preparing our next monthly report that will be done in the next couple of days. That will be the report that, well, I was going to say the report that was going to go to CFAC, the report that's going to come to City Council on consent at the second meeting in August. So we would not have enough time to include it there.
So the report after that, then?
So it would be the report, which would be the second meeting in September, would be the next time that we could bring it back.
Okay, well, nothing's going to happen before then, so.
Yeah,
Is that-
and can you estimate how much time it's going to take you and what the cost might be to complete that? Which, as I said, we know it's going to cost more. So are we prepared to add cost to the WRF project? And if we aren't, then we don't really need that cost estimate.
So I just to clarify, you're asking how much will it cost us to go through the effort of figuring out how much more construction cost it will be?
Correct.
Yeah, we can bring that back very soon.
No, I said the.
How much cost?
How much time is it going to take you, therefore cost?
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's what
I'm not
it's going to.
Staff time.
Staff time.
Off the top of my head, it's probably going to be something on the order of 16 hours, something, 20 hours maybe.
Then I can't support it.
Right.
I mean,
It's that intensive.
Yeah.
Fair, well, yeah, I think it's something probably on the order of about 16 hours if you take into account our time, Waterworks engineers who will be also helping with the analysis.
Okay, do you have another item?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, actually, I do. There are a number of issues, and I think maybe we've talked about them, that the public keeps bringing to my attention. I think we've all gotten the emails. Some of them had to do with trash near the Rock, cleanliness of the Embarcadero Street area, RV and boat parking. These are the kinds of things that upset people and that we hear about a lot, but I'm not sure quite where to go with it. I know I've talked with the city manager about some of these issues, but how do we take care of these things or know that they are being taken care of?
So I know that the RV parking issue was considered as part of our revenue enhancement discussion. Is that correct? I'm trying to remember, and...
Yeah, I don't know if that's what Councilmember Heller's talking
Okay.
about. Is it more than the illegal camping?
It's the parking of boats and RVs in side yards and front yards.
Oh, so that's the code enforcement
Yes,
issue?
yes.
Yeah, and then there's the trash and
Then there's the
restroom
trash.
issue and specific sort of Embarcadero tourist
Right,
serving area.
right.
Those are a couple different issues that, just wanted to make sure that was, we knew what you were talking about, yeah. We, just by way of a context, we've been talking about the trash and restroom issue and really trying to get to the bottom of if there's, fact and fiction. I know we heard a lot about that tonight, earlier item. In following up on some of the complaints, and, in some respects, there's really no issue, but we don't want to stop there, so we've really tried to spend the summer as staff trying to get to the bottom of where the issues are and why, so that we could be prepared to bring something to council after summer's complete, because it keeps coming up. And, again, we want to be able to get to the heart of the matter if there is truly an issue. We hear anecdotes, but then when we actually go out and see it, there's no issue.
Well, I
So
know for a
that's-
fact that this parking, boat parking is an issue. This guy who sent me these
Yes, and
emails
council
multiple times.
council made a decision a couple of years ago to not pursue those enforcement issues, and, sort of directed staff to only address kind of health and safety issues on a proactive manner, and then the other kind of non-health and safety issues on a complaint basis. But we're told specifically to kind of leave the boats and our RV issues alone, because it generated significant pushback when we did the proactive enforcement. And this was an issue that council also took up again as a consideration for the goals in 2018, and the decision then was made to put that kind of on the back burner. So if it wants to be brought up again, we certainly can do that if that's an issue council wants to look at. I mean, we do get emails on it still, but that was a deliberate decision by council to say we're not going to focus on those for now.
So, any support on that one, guys?
So you're bringing back the report on the trash issue?
Trash and
So
restroom,
that's coming.
Because it just keeps coming up, and I think we proactively wanted to bring it to council, but after we've had time to actually assess if there's a real problem, and if there is, where is it happening, and then be able to provide recommendations, or at least a framework for council to consider, right? Because this is sort of a perennial complaint issue, but we're trying to get to the heart of the matter. So I think that would be important for council to have sort of the facts and then make a good decision versus in the middle of summer, change course completely. and maybe be responding to phantom issues.
And would be September?
Probably
sometime?
September or October.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't
And
this
then,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you.
then the second issue is there any desire to bring back the RV boat parking issue, which we've talked about a couple of times, and basically taken a non-enforce stance as council? Is that, I'm just looking.
I just have a question about the garbage thing.
Yeah.
Isn't this a staffing?
Wait a minute, let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, hold on, just want to finish the RV boat. Does anybody have
Are
any
you
appetite?
talking about overnight parking, or are you talking about
The code enforcement.
the code enforcement?
Right, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
code enforcement. Is there any appetite to bring that back? I see no here. I see.
Not at this time.
I don't, so, okay, and
The garbage one, though, is this really a policy issue? I thought this was more a staffing issue.
operation.
And so then the reason I ask
Yeah.
is I don't know that if council needs to hear a whole report on staffing issues when we know there's not enough staff, unless we're being asked to increase staff.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't bring you, I guess we could just issue an informational report if we determined there was no issue. But I assume the public would want to weigh in on that, just my general feeling on that. And then if there was, a potential need to increase, yes, that would certainly be a discussion that council would want to weigh in on. And, I think we need to, as staff, probably be open to potential policy ideas, because there has been, in some cities, and even in part in Morro Bay, cities have removed trash cans, which is very counterintuitive, and addressed litter problems that way. But that may engender a pretty significant backlash or response in a different direction. So I think, again, that could be a policy decision that council would want to make. And so it could be a combination of things, or it could just be, here's a report, things are good. And if we wanted to take it to the next level, and, this is the investment they would require.
I hear you plan on bringing something anyway.
Yes.
So it will be agendized, it will come, and it will have options.
It could include
Potentially.
policy options, yes.
Don't you want to stay later and talk about some more
Nope.
things?
Is that okay? They're good, okay, good. We're good? Yeah, okay. It's okay. The next regular meeting of the Morro Bay City Council will be held on Tuesday, August 27th, 2019, at 5:30 p.m. at the Veterans Memorial Hall, located at 209 Surf Street, Morro Bay, California. That will adjourn the meeting. Good evening.